Well, it's 2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for the Senate plenary sitting on this 18th day of the month of November, the year 2025. This is a live broadcast of the Senate proceedings, streaming from the Senate Chambers Parliament buildings in Nairobi. And it's a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings. Currently on your screens, that is inside the Senate chambers. Members of the Senate are expected to be making their way inside the chamber. We can already see a few members inside. That means that the other senators also should be following suit to be able to get to the chambers. In a short while also, we should be expecting to see the procession of the Speaker making its way into the chambers as well. And that will be signaling the commencement of the business of the House. But as we wait for that to take place, then we shall take a look at the business that the members of the Senate, as they convene this afternoon, will be transacting. The motion by the nominated Senator, Honorable Karen Nyamu, regarding the installation of CCTV cameras in all police stations, cells, and police reporting desks that underwent comprehensive debate on the floor of the House, is a motion that is lined up for consideration this afternoon. The resumption of this particular business will be regarding question to be put for the motion to move on to the next stage. This afternoon also, the members of the Senate will be considering the National Assembly amendments to the metrology bill, a bill originating from the Senate Bill number 45 of 2023. This is a motion that will be moved by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. And this motion will this afternoon be considered regarding the amendments that the members of the National Assembly made to this particular bill. Remember, the bill originates from the Senate. However, it was forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration and perhaps concurrence. And there are amendments that the National Assembly has made to this bill and has forwarded to the Senate also to be considered. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, making his way into the chamber to preside over this afternoon. Sitting. Allow me to hand you over. Good afternoon.
Ita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tunakuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken, but the House is facing a quorum hitch. This is at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. This is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 40. Number 39 indicates that at least 15 senators should be seated in the chambers at the time the prayer is said and the chair taken for it to be deemed to have quorated. However, if that is not present, Standing Order number 40 directs that the quorum bell will be rung for 10 minutes, just to give room to the members of the Senate who may be running late to be able to hasten their steps and join their colleagues inside the chambers, and most importantly, enable the House raise that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence and transact that business which has been lined up for consideration in this afternoon sitting. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, which was referred back to Parliament for consideration over His Excellency the President's recommendations, is a bill that is also lined up for consideration this afternoon. Or those reservations or recommendations by the President are lined up to be considered at the Committee of the Whole House stage this afternoon. This is a bill that touches on cancer prevention and control, and there are reservations or recommendations that the President sent to Parliament for consideration, and the Senate will this afternoon, as part of the priority business, consider these recommendations in the Committee of the Whole. If you're just joining us, that the House is about to commence its sitting. The prayer has already been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch. That means the quorum bell is on, just to alert the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament but yet to make their way into the chamber, that their presence inside the chamber is highly needed, and that the House is yet to quorate, so they should make a move and get to the chamber, join their colleagues, and raise that quorum for the business to be able to be transacted, or for the sitting to be able to commence and the business to be transacted. Remember, once that quorum is raised, then without any further delay, the business shall begin. Members of the Senate will also consider a motion. This will be resumption of a debate that was interrupted on Wednesday, the 12th of November, the year 2025. During the afternoon sitting, the motion is on the establishment of national teaching and referral hospitals in Kenya by the Honorable Senator for Taita Taveta Jonas Mwaruma. This motion seeks to urge the Ministry of Health to establish national teaching and referral hospitals in the coast, eastern, northeastern, Nyanza, and western regions, and also fully equip these national teaching referral hospitals with modern equipment, modern medical equipment, as well as modern medical supplies and personnel. All right, the quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
Senator for Nairobi City County and Senator Omtata. Kindly take your seat. Clerk, kindly proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 18th November 2025, a report of the Auditor General on financial statements of Tharaka Nithi County Executive Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund for the year ended 30 June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Tharaka Nithi County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of Tharaka Nithi Youth Empowerment Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of Tharaka Nithi County Climate Change Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of Chuka Municipality, County Government of Tharaka Nithi for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Municipality of Kathwana, County Government of Tharaka Nithi for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of County Assembly of Meru members, Car Loan and Housing Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of the County Assembly of Meru staff, Car Loan and Housing Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of the Meru Water and Sewerage Services Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of the Kwale County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of Oyugis Municipality, County Government of Homa Bay for the year ended 30th June 2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, Senator for Tharaka Nithi County, the Honorable Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding
Senator
the lawful...
Siengo. Senator Siengo. Consult a law attorney, please.
Thank you, Honorable
proceed,
Speaker.
Honorable
It's important for me to be heard in silence. Honorable Speaker, let me repeat, I rise to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the unlawful detention of new mothers in public hospitals across Kenya due to unaffordable medical bills. Honorable Speaker, in 2016, the Ministry of Health launched the Linda Mama program under the National Health Insurance Fund, that is NHIF, to provide free maternity services to all expectant mothers. The program offered comprehensive care, covering antenatal services for 9 months and postnatal care for 3 months after delivery. However, with the recent transition to the Social Health Authority and the discontinuation of Linda Mama, access to maternal health has significantly declined. This has led to a resurgence of cases where women are detained in public hospitals after childbirth due to inability to settle medical bills. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should address the following: whether the ministry has put in place measures to address reported cases of unlawful detention of new mothers in public hospitals due to unaffordable medical bills, and to ensure that no woman is denied health care services or freedom on account of financial hardship. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, the committee should look at whether the ministry has considered reinstating the Linda Mama program or developed alternative measures under the Social Health Insurance Authority to guarantee comprehensive maternal health coverage. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at whether the current budgetary allocation to health sector are sufficient to enable public hospitals to deliver quality maternal health services without resorting to retaining patients of unpaid bills. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the measures in place to implement a standardized waiver system across all public hospitals to protect financially vulnerable patients from detention and uphold their constitutional rights. The last, Honorable Speaker, The committee should also look at whether the military has established mechanism to monitor and audit public hospitals to ensure compliance with the legal and ethical standards regarding the right to health and dignity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya, CBS Member of Parliament, Senator for Tharaka Nithi. Today, 17th November 2025. Thank you.
Senator from Busia County, the Honorable Andrew Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to seek a statement on the failure to secure accreditation for the Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering program introduced in 2015. I seek, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 Clause 1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national concern regarding the failure by the University of Nairobi, the Commission for University Education, CUE, and the Engineers Board of Kenya, EBK, to secure accreditation for the Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering program introduced in 2015. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2015, the University of Nairobi launched the Petroleum Engineering program with a Kenya shillings 100 million government allocation to address skills gaps in the oil and gas sector. Despite assurances of accreditation by the Engineers Board of Kenya, the program was only formally recognized in 2018, and graduates, now totaling 40, remain unregistered by the Engineers Board of Kenya. A single student exchange in 2019 is the only known expenditure from the allocation. The program was later downgraded and set for archival in 2025, prompting graduates to seek intervention over accreditation failures and possible misappropriation of funds. In the statement, the committee should address the following: a detailed account by the University of Nairobi of the Kenya shillings 100 million allocations received in 2015 for establishing the Petroleum Engineering Department, including expenditure records and supporting documentation. 2, the reasons why the University Senate approved the Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering program in 2018, but admitted students in 2015 without first securing accreditation from the EBK, specifying steps the Department of Petroleum Engineering took between 2015 and 2021 to archive accreditation, and why they were unsuccessful. 3, the reason or reasons leading to only the first cohort of 6 students being supported for the exchange program to India, and the justification for the use of the funds in this manner. 4, the measures in place to address the professional plight of the 40 graduates from the program who remain unrecognized by the Engineers Board of Kenya, detailing deficiencies or requirements that the board identified in the program that prevented accreditation, despite the University of Nairobi being a chartered institution. Number 5, the reasons for moving the program to the Mechanical Engineering Department in 2022 and later archiving it, and whether consultations were undertaken with the students and stakeholders before this decision as envisioned by Article 232(1)(d) of the Constitution. 6, the interim measures the Engineers Board of Kenya has in place to support graduates from programs awaiting accreditation. 7, the reasons the Council of University Education, the Commission of University Education, has not intervened to protect the interests of students and graduates despite being the oversight authority for quality in higher education, stating in policy safeguards that the Commission on University Education has put in place to ensure that no future academic programs are mounted without proper alignment with professional regulatory bodies like the EBK. 8, the policy interventions put in place by the Ministry of Education to ensure that universities cannot launch programs in regulated professions without prior consultation and approval by the relevant regulatory bodies. Statement is signed by Andrew Mtato Koiti MP, a senator from Busia. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've got 2 other statements. I request to read them. Thank you. My other statement is on the state of infrastructure development in Kenya's sugar belt regions. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the status of infrastructure in Kenya's sugar belt regions. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya's sugar industry remains a critical pillar of rural livelihoods and regional economies, particularly in the sugar belt regions. However, the sector continues to face persistent infrastructure challenges that undermine its productivity, competitiveness, and the welfare of farmers. Efficient road networks are essential for transporting sugarcane to mills and accessing markets. Yet many roads in the sugar-producing areas remain in a deplorable state, hampering operations and increasing costs for farmers and millers alike. The Constitution of Kenya 2010, under Part 2 of the 4th Schedule, assigns county governments the responsibility for county roads, while national trunk roads remain under the purview of the national government. This division of roles has led to confusion and inefficiencies in infrastructure development. The enactment of the Sugar Act 2024 and the reintroduction of the Sugar Development Levy were intended to address these gaps by funding infrastructure, supporting millers, and improving farmer welfare. However, implementation has been marred by duplication of roles and poor coordination among county governments, the national government, and the Kenya Sugar Board. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, measures to prevent duplication of roles between the national and the county governments in the repair and maintenance of sugar belt roads. 2, clarification on overall coordination mandate for sugar belt infrastructure, whether it lies with county governments, the Kenya Sugar Board, or with the Ministry of Roads and Transport. 3, timeline and framework for the joint national survey of sugar belt roads, including details on the first implementation plan. 4, safeguards to ring-fence the Sugar Development Levy, ensuring transparency, accountability, and exclusive utilization for the benefit of farmers and millers. Statement by Andrew Mtato Koiti, MP, Senator from Busia. Third and final is a request for a statement on the inspection and enforcement of weighing scales and weight measures. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the inspection and enforcement of weighing scales and weight measures in businesses across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, many traders continue to use unverified equipment in violation of the Weights and Measures Act, Cap 513 of the laws of Kenya, exposing consumers to unfair trade and economic exploitation while disadvantaging compliant traders. The Department of Weights and Measures, mandated to ensure accuracy and fairness in trade, faces challenges of inadequate funding, limited personnel, and weak enforcement. This has undermined market integrity and objectives of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, Vision 2030, and African Continental Free Trade Area framework in this regard. In the statement, the committee should address the following. The measures being taken to ensure frequent inspection and verification of weighing scales and measuring instruments across business premises countrywide. The steps being undertaken to provide adequate financial and human resources to the Department of Weights and Measures to enhance supervision and enforcement. Plans by the State Department for Trade to conduct nationwide sensitization and public awareness campaigns to educate traders and consumers on the importance of using certified and verified weighing instruments. 4, the progress made towards developing and operationalizing a computerized verification and reporting system to enable consumers to confirm certification status and report malpractice. 5 and last, the measures in place to impose strict penalties on traders found using unverified, tampered, or faulty weighing instruments to protect consumers and uphold fair trade practices. Signed, Senator Omtato Koiti, MP, Senator from Busia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator for Kiambu County, the Honorable Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to request for the statement. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the growing humanitarian crisis affecting Kenyan citizens, particularly mothers and children who are currently stranded, undocumented, or detained in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Speaker, sir, this statement is informed by first-hand encounters with the Kenyan mothers and children living undocumented and abandoned on the streets of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, including a newborn baby born barely 2 weeks ago. Their plight highlights a serious failure in consular protection and a disconnect between the Kenyan embassy in Riyadh and affected citizens. Despite the ministry collecting 707 DNA samples, only 110 birth certificates have been processed, leaving hundreds of children stateless and unassisted for over 2 years now. Additionally, reports indicate that 200 to 300 Kenyans are currently detained in Saudi Arabia prisons, many for minor immigration offenses, with limited access to legal support or consular visits. Compared to countries like Philippines, whose workers enjoy stronger wage protections and proactive embassy support, Kenyan workers face lower pay, weaker safeguards, and minimal institutional advocacy, raising urgent questions about the adequacy of Kenya's diplomatic and labor protection frameworks abroad. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current number of Kenyan citizens detained in Saudi Arabia, including a breakdown of offenses, duration of custody, and the level of consular support extended to them. 2, the reason why hundreds of DNA samples collected from Kenyan mothers and children remain unprocessed, and provide a clear timeline for completing all pending birth certificate cases. Number 3, the measures taken by the Kenyan embassy in Riyadh to identify, profile, and support Kenyan mothers and children stranded on the streets, and clarify why private individuals have had to intervene in the absence of official assistance. Number 4, the emergency measures the ministry intends to deploy to provide immediate humanitarian relief and facilitate safe repatriation for stranded mothers and children. And number 5, the reasons the embassy has not established a safe, confidential, and risk-free reporting mechanisms for undocumented Kenyan citizens, given the legal risks they face under Saudi law when approaching authorities. And finally, number 6, whether the ministry has benchmarked the treatment and protection of Kenyan workers in Saudi Arabia against countries such as Philippines, Pakistan, and detail the steps being taken to secure comparable wage standards, contract protection, and proactive embassy support for Kenyan workers. This is my statement, Senator of Kiambu, Karungo Adhangwa, and I've just arrived from Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes. However, before I do so, allow me to make the following communication. Honorable Senators, Article 132(1)(b) mandates the President to address a special sitting of Parliament once every year. Article 132(1)(c) also requires the President once every year to do the following. 1, report in an address to the nation on all measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to in Article 10. 2, publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress under subparagraph 1. And 3, submit a report to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. Further, Article 247 of the Constitution requires the National Security Council to report annually to Parliament on the state of security of Kenya. Ordinarily, this report is submitted to Parliament during the address by the President referred to under Article 132(1)(b) and tabled in the Houses of Parliament. Now, Honorable Senators, via the letter reference number EOP/CAB.26/4A, Volume 7(1), dated the 3rd of September 2025, the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service informed the Speakers of the Houses of Parliament of the intention of His Excellency the President to deliver his address to Parliament in accordance with Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. The Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service further requested the Speaker's concurrence to schedule the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6th November 2025 or Thursday, the 20th of November 2025 at 2:30 p.m. Honorable Senators, subsequently, and following consultations, the Speakers of Houses of Parliament acceded to the request of His Excellency the President and scheduled the address for Thursday, the 20th of November 2025. A team has been appointed by the clerks to coordinate the event. Further details will be communicated through the office of the clerk. I therefore take this opportunity to inform you that His Excellency the President will deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament during a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament on Thursday, the 20th of November 2025 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly chamber. I thank you. I have this other communication to make. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 3 officers from the Office of the Leader of Government Business of the Parliament of Uganda. The delegation is on a benchmarking visit. The delegation is on a benchmarking visit to gain insights into the operations of the Senate and to strengthen collaboration at the level between the 2 parliaments. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Mr. Raymond Luterezo, Senior Policy Analyst, Mr. Samuel Kavuma, the liaison officer, and Ms. Catherine Kialisima, Office Administrator. Now, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the majority whip and the 1 minute to extend a word of welcome to the delegation.
Mr. Speaker, that is a privilege because, Mr. Speaker, these are my neighbors. Ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, Uganda would have been our 9th province, ordinarily. But that is how things are. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I ask them to send our greetings to all the parliamentarians in Uganda and congratulate them for the good job they are doing, and more specifically to the 13 members of the Luo community who sit in the National Assembly of Uganda. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we'll move to comments on the statements that have been sought. Senator Osoti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on two statements, starting with a statement by the Senator for Kiambu, Senator Thangwa, on the state of Kenyans living in Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, we have had numerous statements on this matter in this House and even in the National Assembly for some time now. I remember when I served in the National Assembly, we had so many statements on the issue of Kenyans living and working in the Middle East. And now, Mr. Speaker, despite the CS having been to this House so many times and having given us assurance, there seems to be a continuation of this problem, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, at this point in time when the government is seeking to get many people, many Kenyans employed abroad, I think this is a matter that has to be handled with finality, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot watch as our citizens are being maimed, tortured, killed, and even made to stay on the streets, Mr. Speaker. This should not continue. A serious country like Kenya cannot allow its citizens to stay on the streets, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I witnessed this problem myself a few months back when I traveled to, I was going to Europe via Sharjah Airport in UAE. And I saw so many young people, particularly women, from Eastern Africa countries, from Kenya, from Uganda, from Congo, sleeping on the floor in the airports. So many of them, Mr. Speaker, some with children, others badly dressed. It is not a good show. And this country, if we are serious about our foreign policy, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem that must be addressed. The problem we are having is that there are recruitment agencies who move to our villages, recruiting our youth to go to Saudi Arabia. And these recruitment agencies are crooks, Mr. Speaker. We have talked many times that the government should rein on this unscrupulous recruitment agency, but nothing seems to be done, Mr. Speaker. And we are told, Mr. Speaker, that these recruitment agencies are actually owned by people in government. That is why they cannot rein on them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, wherever you go in the Middle East, you meet Kenyans suffering, they have no food to eat, and we have a government. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about taking our youth abroad, the first thing that this government should do is to deal with the problem of Kenyans who go to Middle East. Before they even say they are taking people to Germany, they are taking people to Australia or wherever, the problem of Middle East has to be dealt with. In my county alone, Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years, I have lost 30 youth in Middle East, Mr. Speaker. And I've raised this concern. The Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Relations happens to come from my county. And even in his own county, he's not bothered about the plight of the our students or our children who go to Middle East. Mr. Speaker, as I'm talking now, Senator for Nandi is laughing at me. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask Senator for Nandi to go and tell his boss to deal with this problem instead of talking about who will be the deputy president, who will not be the deputy president. As in ODM, the issue of deputy president is not an issue. Our issue is implementation of the 10-point agenda that we signed with them. And one of them is the issue of youth employment.
Order. Senator for Nairobi City County, order. You shall not speak due to public demand. Senator Karungo. Senator Karungo, thank you. The next one. Well, there's been a number of statements beyond Senator Karungo's statement. The mere fact that he sought for a statement does not mean he cannot contribute or comment on the other statements. Yeah. Unless,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You pressed your button by mistake.
Two more than myself.
All right, thank you.
Ready. Thank you.
Senator S.C. Okinyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to comment on the statement by the Tharaka Nithi Senator on detaining women who are giving birth children in hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the children who are being detained in hospitals are not any different from the children who are being detained in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. Because the ones in the Middle East are with their mothers on the street and they can't go back home. The ones detained in hospitals here in Kenya are detained in hospital and cannot go back with their mothers back home, Mr. Speaker. This statement calls for a conversation, we as leaders, to rethink on how we are handling this matter because it is serious as raised by the Senator for Tharaka Nithi, Mr. Speaker, because these are the future of this country. Detaining women who are in their most vulnerable state in hospital for such a time. There have been so many exposés which have been made by the media previous days, but nothing much has happened. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you look at this picture, sometimes detaining someone who is sharing beds, sometimes guards are manning the doors for the women not to go out, just because they are poor and not able to finance their health care, Mr. Speaker. This is a conversation we need to rethink seriously. And I thank Senator Mofaya for bringing this statement because it gives a picture of what ordinary Kenyans out there go through, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Munyihaji Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa ya Senator Kiambu, Senator Karungo Athango. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko kwamba watoto wanazaliwa katika nchi ya Saudi Arabia na wanashindwa kupata hati za kizazi na stakabadhi nyingine ambazo zitawezesha kusafiri kurudi nyumbani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama inavyojulikana ni kwamba nchi ya Saudi Arabia ina sheria za dini, sheria za Kiislamu za dini ambazo ni marufuku kwa mwanamke kupata mtoto nje ya ndoa. Kwa hivyo wengi hawa watoto ambao wamepatikana kule ni wale ambao wamepatikana nje ya ndoa. Kwa hivyo inakuwa ni vigumu kutokana na sheria za nchi wao kuweza kuandikishwa na kupewa vibali vya usafiri rasmi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima kuwe na mfumo ambao wale ambao wanakwenda kufanya kazi nchi za nje wamepata mafunzo ya kuwawezesha kuendesha maisha yao katika sehemu zile. Kama hawa watu wangekuwa wamepewa mafunzo, Mheshimiwa Spika, haya mambo yasingeweza kutendeka. Lakini wengi wanachukuliwa kutoka sehemu za mashambani, hawajui haki zao, hawajui kule wanakokwenda fanya kazi. Kuna shida za lugha, kuelewana lugha kati ya mwajiri na mwajiriwa, na wengi wale mawakala ambao wanawapeleka sehemu zile huwa ni watu ambao hawana ofisi wala hawana mahali maalum ambapo wanaweza kupatikana iwapo kutakuwa na shida. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja ya kuwe na kanuni kwamba hizi wakala zote ambazo zinapeleka watu nchi za nje wawe wana nafasi ya kuwapa mafunzo japokuwa ni ya wiki 2, ili akitoka hapa ana uzoefu yale mambo ataenda kupata kule, na vile vile aweze kujitetea wakati amepata matatizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka 2023 tulipozuru Riyadh pamoja na kamati ya leba ya bunge hili, tuliweza kuelezewa na katika balozi ya Filipino zile kanuni ambazo wafanyaji kazi kutoka Philippines wanapitia kabla ya kwenda kule, na wakifika Saudi Arabia kwanza wanawekwa katika mahali kupitia kwa balozi ambapo wanafunzwa na wanajulishwa zile mambo ambao wanaweza kuyapata katika nchi hili. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa kwetu sisi ni kama ambao twakamua ng'ombe, wakileta pesa ndio twafurahi, lakini wakipata shida kule nchi za ng'ambo hatuwasaidii wafanyakazi wa Kenya. Wengi wamekufa Mheshimiwa Spika, balozi zinashindwa kuweza kuwasaidia miili kurejeshwa majumbani. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima kamati ya leba.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to comment on 2 statements. One is by Mheshimiwa Dhangwa. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, this problem of Kenyans have been having problems in Saudi is almost coming back every day, every other day. Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of briefcase bodies that represent or who claim themselves to be registering people and moving the people to Saudi, and at times they cannot be followed up. And many have been registered already, but still. Honorable Speaker, it's not only Kenyans that go their side to Saudi. There are many countries that go, and they go in a very large number, in different capacities as maids and people who help them, households, people, technicians, whatever. But of course, these people are well organized. Their recruiting agents are known, registered. But unfortunately, Kenyans have a problem. They undergo a lot of humiliation because even the source where they come from, nobody even knows where they go, nobody knows. They are left on their own. If a lady have a child, then they must undergo DNA test. I think everybody has a freedom to have a child. And then one other thing is they confiscate their passports. And then the person, the Kenyans, cannot even get help from our embassies. They run around. The ladies have no passports. They have not been taken care of. And they go back to the streets. And once they go to the street, they become vagabonds, and they are arrested. So I think it's a high time that we must deal. Kenyans must find a way where they can be represented well in wherever they go, like any other country, like Malaysia, Philippines. There's so many of them when you go to those places. But if they have associations and groups, and they've been taken care of very well. Unfortunately, Kenyans undergo a lot of stress, and it's a high time this government must take seriously. The recruiting agents must be dealt with, so at least no more Kenyans will be suffering there. Honorable Speaker, at the same time, I want to discuss on the matter of the senator from Matata, Senator for Busia. Honorable Speaker, this country, I think, has a lot of professional organizations. We have the Engineers Association, we have KMDC, and what happens is most of the times, these professionals actually are getting, harassing the professional Kenyans, the engineers. Sometimes they cannot even be registered. Some of them go to school outside Kenya, and they undergo vigorous examinations that is not even necessary for them to do. With those few remarks, I want to make.
Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, I really don't know where to start with the statement by the Senator for Kiambu. I have said on the floor of this House that my perception of the current government is that it does not care about its citizens. I have actually asked myself, if I was to find myself stranded in the south of Lebanon and the war broke out, I doubt Musalia, even he, the fact that he's my brother from the region, would come for Sifuna. I know for a fact he will not come for me. So Kenyans should know that they are on their own. And I have multiple examples to give. Osotsi has given you a few. There was just a recent incident where some Kenyans were abducted in Tanzania. And our government...
Senator Tabitha Keroche, take your seat.
And this government took their sweet time, Honorable Speaker, to even just reach out to the counterparts in Tanzania to find out where these Kenyans were. And even after the horrific stories that we were told by Boniface Mwangi and his colleagues, we have never gotten even a protest note from the government of Kenya to the government of Tanzania about the mistreatment of the people of Kenya in those regions. So I feel terrible, Honorable Speaker, that Kenyans are on their own. But I want to encourage them that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Because as I have said, I believe in a government. We need to form a government that puts the individual well-being first. And this government is not that government. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. Honorable Speaker, on the unpaid medical bills, we were here last week with people telling us here how SHA is working. Where are these unpaid medical bills are coming from? Where are they coming from if SHA is working? These bills should have been paid by SHA. You are detaining mothers because of unpaid bills. Where are those unpaid bills coming from? Speaker, when I said here, the president repeated what I said here just this week, that if anybody goes to hospital and they are asked to pay money, they should call the police. Because according to him, medical care is free in this country. That is according to government. And I remember the speaker challenging me. In fact, Honorable Speaker, with great respect, I feel like the chair owes me an apology.
Sifuna, abandon that line of argument.
You don't even know what I'm going to You don't even know what I'm going to say, Honorable Speaker, because when Omtata read out the provision of the law that I was being harangued about.
No, that was not a provision of the law.
It was in the law.
No. Honorable Sifuna, let's not go there.
Speaker, I hope you're pausing my time for all these engagements that we're having with the chair.
You're fully utilizing your time. Please do it well.
Proceed,
yeah,
but what I'm saying is,
Senator to
what I am saying is, just like the sun, Honorable Speaker, the truth cannot be hidden. It cannot be hidden. If this thing is working, you will not see statements such as this making their way to the floor. You will not see them. And the president should now stop telling Kenyans to call the police. I want to tell Kenyans to start calling the president. Just like our numbers were circulated, we need to circulate his number. Because if you go to hospital and you are not able to pay those bills, call State House. Call the president himself to come and sort out that issue.
30 seconds, you conclude your thoughts.
Finally, Honorable Speaker, on this issue of management of health facilities, I was shocked last week to learn that the Nairobi County government has transferred the accounts for health facilities here from KCB, a bank that everybody knows has a big reputation and a solid history, to some small bank called Sidian Bank, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the money that we made from hospitals, if you look at the Auditor General's report on receipt of revenue for Nairobi, in the last financial year, we collected 1.3 billion shillings. The total deposits for Sidian Bank last year is 50 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. I'm telling you. And the entire...
Conclude, Honorable Senator. Conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. If you look at the budget of Nairobi, vis-a-vis the capitation of Sidian Bank, we ourselves as a county, if we were a bank, we would be bigger than Sidian Bank. I have written to the governor to explain to me the rationale. He is quiet up to today, Honorable Speaker. I am going to give him some more time. If we don't get an explanation for us, the people of Nairobi, why you would leave a tier 1 bank and send our facilities to bank in a tier 3 bank that has no history or reputation at all, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't make any sense to me. So we will be dragging him here to explain to us and the Senate why that decision makes sense. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to make comments on the statement by Senator Tarakaniti. Honorable Speaker, you know, we know very well in the last government, we used to have what they call Linda Mama. And when our women went to the hospital and gave birth, they used to be released free of charge. And with universal health coverage, Honorable Speaker, it is also expected to be free. I don't know why the county governments, I don't know why the governors and the executives are not, maybe they have not read the law to know very clearly that maternity is free. So that is what I expect, that, you know, we should not be talking about the president or even the national government. These are the county governments who should be releasing our women when they give birth at the hospitals. Honorable Speaker, Senator for Nairobi is laughing.
I just wanted to tell him he should be pushing his governor and not the presidency, because health is devolved. Yeah, so I don't know why we are talking about this. I know the big party, the ODM party, is going through some turbulence. I think they are waiting to go into the proper, so please don't bring your issues to the house when we know you are going through challenges, what we are praying for you, and things will settle very soon. No. So, Honorable Speaker, I also want to make comments.
Honorable Senators. Senator Kisang, you know the rules of debate. Relevance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to make comment on the statement by Honorable Thangwa. Honorable Speaker, this thing of Saudi Arabia and other countries has been going on for a long time. And it looks like the CS in charge of labor either is incompetent or he doesn't know what he's doing. We need those who are involved in this particular trade to give us the CR12 for these people who are running these businesses, because I heard the senator also saying that it's like the people who are in government. Can we have the CR12 for the company so that we can shame these people who are trading with our people like slave trade? I thought this business was stopped a long time ago. Honorable Speaker, it's very sad that we are losing people daily in Saudi and other areas. And there are also those who are doing good business. So we should not just rubbish all these issues, those who are going to Saudi Arabia, Honorable Speaker, but majority of the people, maybe 80 or 90%, are doing good business. Maybe just like a small portion, maybe 5 or 10% that is giving us a bad name. And we need to expose them and shame them so that they don't continue doing the same bad business, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rest my case there.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the issue that Senator Thangwa ably put out here. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have institutional memory because I worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, during that time when the Speaker of the National Assembly was actually the minister, one of the template programs that was in that ministry was that the Kenyan government had to sign bilaterals with each and every country that was receiving Kenyan people as part of its workforce. Mr. Speaker, I believe that must have been dumped somewhere and people moved on. The truth and the reality, and Mr. Speaker, frequently some of us discuss this, and we say there are certain things that we're going to have to fix for this country to fix other things. The reason why you find we have all these agencies coming out to the villages to recruit people, where these people's monies which they are going to earn, some of them last a year before they receive a cent as they work in those Arab countries and other places. We are completely not interested what happens to these people. Even when we go to Dubai, like some of us have said, you see our people in the streets. And it looks quite casual and normal. And yet, Mr. Speaker, other countries, the Philippines, they have fixed the problem. There must be a basic minimum standard which we must allow our people to go through. We must negotiate with these countries to make sure that we give our people soft landings and protect their rights. But immediately we are supposed to sign a bilateral, Honorable Boni Halwale, money exchanges hands. And those agreements never hold. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, then you find, like it has been said here by Mr. Osotsi, it is those who are in good positions in government who then end up owning these agencies. Even if you went to look for the CR12s to see who the owners are, you will most probably not know who they are. So, Mr. Speaker, the way this House has always discussed these things, can we make sure that this committee finally can sit and honestly engage broad-based in such a manner that we can reach a stage of solving this problem. It is in Lebanon, it is in Qatar, you have it in Saudi Arabia, some of it is happening even in the US. We don't need.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seriously speaking, ministers of government should familiarize themselves with the Constitution. The Prime Cabinet Secretary, we sat with him here up to very late in the night when we were debating the bills that were coming under the new Constitution. And he knows, and he ought to know, that the Constitution says a person is a citizen by birth if on the day of the person's birth, whether or not that person is born in Kenya, either the mother or the father of the person is a citizen. Those children on the streets, the Speaker, the mothers are Kenyans. End of story. So all that we should be seeing are aircrafts bringing them home, and those children automatically being Kenyans by birth. Why are we leaving our children in the streets? Or is it that some of the ministers, God has denied them the gift to get children, so they hate children? How can you punish a child? Look at how that statement, the Senator Okinyori, has connected very well with the program of Linda Mama. Linda Mama, Mr. Speaker, was allowing the woman in Ekolomani to deliver at Shibwe District Hospital and walk away. We have replaced it with the new program, and when I said it here, that comparing Taifa Care to Linda Mama is fraud, I was almost thrown out of the house. This is the fraud that I was talking about. This is the unconstitutional process that we are calling universal health care. How? And we are in this place speaking good English, people who understand the Constitution. We should help the government. The government has ministers who don't have the capacity either to read or to understand what they are reading, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it concerns me on this issue of these young children who are out of the country. They are no different from the two Kenyan political activists who were locked up in Uganda for a long time. It disturbs me that it took the intervention of the former president and not the current president. This House is supposed to remind the executive that, Mr. Speaker, that if you get bonga points by interfering me at home, go and do it in the
What is your
assembly.
point of order? What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you know, we must be stickler of the rules. Standing on the 105 statement of fact. When the senator, who happens to be the chief whip of government, goes on record and says that former president intervened on release of Kenyans, can he provide that evidence before this House? Because we don't want his say in Chang'an drinking dens in Kolomani to get to the floor of the House. He should just take Chang'an and stay there. Don't bring those things here. So can he withdraw or substantiate?
Order.
Can he withdraw?
Order.
Can he substantiate?
Order. Senator for Nairobi City County. The Senator for Nandi is on a point of order, and therefore you cannot raise a point of order on him. Now, Senator for Nandi, it may be within your right to raise on a point of order, but the language you're using should be parliamentary. Now, Senator Boni, a point of order has been raised by the Senator for Nandi. You have asserted that there's some Kenyans who are released from Uganda pursuant to the intervention by the former president as opposed to the current president. We need, the point of order is that factual? If yes, would you provide the evidence? If you cannot provide the evidence, you proceed to withdraw and apologize, and proceed to conclude your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I like your tone. you should further advise the Senator of Nandi that he is decades away from my experience in parliamentary palace. If he wasn't, he would be knowing that in this parliament, a ruling has been made that a member is not expected to substantiate the obvious. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was saying this with maximum respect. You wait until it is your relative or yourself who has been locked in Uganda.
Senator Boni, a point of order has been brought to you after having stated that the former president intervened for the release of 2 Kenyans from Uganda. Is that factual? And if it is, would you produce the evidence? If you can't, withdraw, apologize, and conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, this habit of giving the impression that this floor offers an opportunity for intimidation of a member during debate, it actually negates the freedom of speech in the House and the freedom of speech as enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya. Let me make my point. If the Senator of Nandi is uncomfortable with the factuality of what I'm saying, let him express his discomfort and not hide in a point of order. You think my pedigree is somebody who does not know the difference between Senator 105 and...
Senator Boni, order. Order, Senator Boni. You'll be informed after you abide by my ruling. Proceed. I made a ruling on the point of order that had been raised. That point of order has been sustained, and therefore you are to proceed. Now, Senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Sifuna, you'll have a moment to speak. Senator Boni, Senator for Kakamega County, you either proceed to substantiate that allegation or withdraw, apologize, and proceed to conclude your comments.
Mr. Speaker, I started this journey in politics at the age of 22.
Now,
bear with me. Bear with me, Mr. Speaker. It is just 5 seconds, I've finished.
Right,
at the age of 22, we fought for this constitution for so long, so much so that rather than respond to all things that have been said here, I choose to keep quiet.
Senator Boni, if you cannot substantiate, the other option is not to keep quiet. Keeping silence is not an option under our standing orders. If you cannot substantiate, you proceed to withdraw and apologize. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I see no evidence that I'm unable to substantiate. If such evidence is there, let it be adduced. I am very serious. We are not going to breach provisions of the Constitution just because of a smaller provision that could be found in a standing order. And if the Senator of Nairobi could inform me, please.
Senator Boni, we will deal with the point of order raised before I allow the Senator for Nairobi City to inform you. Kindly, you either substantiate now. If you're unable to do so now, you can request for more time. If you're unable to do those two, then kindly proceed with withdraw and apologize and conclude your thoughts. Either way, you need to substantiate.
Thank you very much for the indulgence. But I can assure you, I have said, I have chosen to keep quiet for the reason that Kenyans died to have freedom of expression and speech. Please understand these things. We were there before you were not there.
Now, honorable senators, you are choosing to stay silent, Honorable Kalwale. Therefore, it means that you failed to substantiate. and the natural consequence will flow. I will therefore rule you out of order and ask you to leave the chamber. For the remainder of today's sitting, I've made a ruling, Honorable Boni. I have given you more than 15 minutes to do what this. No, I've already done the ruling. You walk out of the chamber. Senator Akinyi, Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Senator Sifuna, it is Senator Beatrice on the floor.
Order. Senator Sifuna, the senator you are to inform is no longer in the House. Yeah, Order. No, you don't need my permission to follow him. You don't need permission to follow him. If you elect to follow him, that is not pursuant to the Speaker's direction. Proceed, Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The senior senators leaving should also know that at times silence is power. But, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Omtata, but I will begin by informing the Senator of Elgeyo Marakwet that we are unapologetic as a party in dealing with our turbulence. And we will mourn the late former party leader in a way in which befits him, for how long we'll want to, and in whichever ways we will. But finally, we'll come out of it in the very strongest term possible. And secondly, inform Senator Cheregei that ODM as a party will form the next government or will be in government. And if you watch the founders' dinner, take note that one of the people you saw at the high table will be the president on an ODM ticket in 2027. So Senator Cheregei, Senator Cheregei, take your jokes to
Senator Beatrice, I have not seen any statement in that regard. You took to the floor to contribute and make comments on the statements that have been sought. Kindly pick any of those statements and make your comments.
Thank you. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, yes, thank me and thank me later, even after 2027. Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the statement by Senator Omtata of Busia County. This is a statement that talks on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the state of infrastructure in Kenya's sugar belt regions. Honorable Speaker, the state of roads, particularly in the Kenya sugar belt regions, and particularly in my sub-county, in my constituency, in Ndewa, which is also part of the sugar belt region, is wanting. Honorable Speaker, as this committee looks at this statement, the sukari industry, that is an industry in my constituency, should go ahead to tell us who they pay cess to and how much is paid, because this is related to the infrastructural development in Ndewa. Honorable Speaker, Ndewa is as black cotton soil. Our roads are so bad. The only road our people are able to use is the one tarmac road that moves from Rodi Kopany to Sori. It's a road that just passes the constituency. Otherwise, beyond that main road, our people of Ndewa are not able to access or use any road in an adequate way. And Honorable Speaker, it is related, closely related to sukari industries, because the trucks that they use are so heavy for our roads. And we feel as a constituency, as members of that sub-county, that they must contribute into the infrastructural development of the roads that we have in Dewa. Honorable Speaker, I will also want to support the statement by Senator Mofaya against the detention of mothers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the first few days that children should enjoy is their first few days on earth. It is unfortunate that young mothers have to spend their time with their young innocent babies in hospital because bills have not been paid. And so, Honorable Speaker, this must be looked into, and the government must relook at the policy of detaining mothers in hospital.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I also like to add my voice to the statement that was presented here by the senator from Tharaka Nithi and the senator from Kiambu. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, universal health care was meant to address such issues that will ensure that when a family is bereaved and they have lost a patient, they are not made to suffer. Mr. Speaker, look at the contributions that we as members of parliament, look at the contributions that we make from our pay slips, Mr. Speaker. We have every reason to get worried when the system is not working. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it should not also be lost to us, Mr. Speaker, that what has bedeviled the universal health care, the malpractices that we see, Mr. Speaker, are mostly pushed by private players, that be it private hospitals, doctors, and, Mr. Speaker, those who want to live where they've not sown. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed very important that we say it the way it is. It is important that we condemn what should be condemned, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we also as people who've been bestowed with the responsibility of leadership in this country, it is a responsibility that we have, it is a responsibility that we must address to ensure that corruption that is institutionalized in some of these health delivery services, Mr. Speaker, that we must address it right from the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we have hospitals, Mr. Speaker, who have employed more accountants than doctors because the main business they do, Mr. Speaker, is to bill the share system to be paid for operations they never performed. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of one institution that has more accountants that cannot even perform a simple operation, but in their billing system, Mr. Speaker, you'll see amputation of legs, amputation of hands, and even heart transplant, and we know that none has ever been done in Kenya, not successfully, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that we should address, and we should address it from the moral perspective. We lack the goodwill, we lack the patriotism and the nationalism to see SHA work because we want to use it as a political tool. Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised by Senator from Kiambu is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. We know that countries are training their personnel for migration and for export purposes, Mr. Speaker. It is working elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to rediscover the wheel. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, those who are given the responsibility to ensure that we have a framework within which we can work, Mr. Speaker, they have not only abused it, Mr. Speaker, they take advantage, they exploit, and most importantly, they do not even inform the migrants of what to expect and how to behave. On our foreign mission, Mr. Speaker, I must say that we have a responsibility to ensure that our foreign missions do their role, represent Kenyans in the country they are. Mr. Speaker, as I sit down, I would want to say, indeed, when me and the committee, when we were in the Committee of Agriculture in Uganda.
Senator Kavendo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to two statements. The first one from Senator Tharaka Nithi, Senator Mofaya. Mr. Speaker, it's really sad for the mothers who have just delivered to be detained in hospitals simply because they cannot afford to pay for the fee that is required by the hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, it's very sad that they are retained together with their children who are very innocent, and yet our Constitution, chapter 43(1)(a) says,
every person has a right to the highest attained standards of health, which includes the right of health care services, including reproductive with health care. Mr. Speaker, these children are very innocent. These mothers are vulnerable. Most of them actually have depression after delivering, because delivering is very stressful. As a mother, I can tell you this. For a mother to go into labor until the time she delivers, and then she's retained in that hospital together with her baby, I would say this government should go back to Linda Mama insurance, so that the mothers, when they deliver, they can be discharged for free to go back home with their children. And it is not right to detain these children. It's just like putting these children into prison, because in those hospitals, they are like in prison. They are there, they cannot leave, they even don't know what is happening, and everyone has a right. Mr. Speaker, the Committee for Health should do something about this. To the statement by Karungu, the Senator of Kiambu. We have talked so much about our girls who go out there to work, especially in Saudi Arabia. Mr. Speaker, we should be talking now of how the government should bring these children back home, because by birth, their mothers are Kenyans. So by birth, these children, through the mothers, are citizens of this country. And the ambassadors in Saudi Arabia should give them temporary permits to be brought back home. And they should not hold them back there. This is very stressful even for the mothers and even for these children. The committee.
Senator for Nandi County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. One is I want to comment on the statement by Senator Okiya Omtata on the issue of Sugar Act. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, looking at the request, and I think our Secretariat should assist. If you look at number one, we have already put in the Sugar Act. It is already in place. And we agree that the Under Sugar Levy Development Fund, which is the sugar cess, that money should be factored in through Kenya Sugar Board to be managed, Mr. Speaker. So I think in future we need not to rewrite what the law already established, Mr. Speaker, because I agree where I come from, Mr. Speaker, we still have a problem of impassable roads. Yet we produce a lot of sugar, Mr. Speaker, sugar cane that we supply. Mr. Speaker, for example, in the financial year 2023-2024, Nandi collected 84 million Kenya shillings on tea-cess. They collected further 7 million cess on sugar. But the roads remain pathetic in Nandi County. And when my governor appeared on Friday, when the governor of Nandi appeared on Friday, he could not even give us one road that has been done by cess, Mr. Speaker. So I think the problem is within our counties because they collect cess. It is not that they are not collecting, Mr. Speaker. So the whole point is, I want to challenge our accountability committees to ask, because in Nandi, 92 million is collected, over 92 million is collected from tea factories and sugar factories, but the governor has done nothing, even 1 kilometer under the cess fund that has been provided, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of our stranded children, while I empathize, I was in Saudi, Mr. Speaker, on a private visit a number of months ago. And I had to look for some local intelligence there. And what I found out is that most of our people who we send there, one, they use frivolous recruitment agencies. Number two, they go and leave the job that has been assigned by the agents and run away. In that process, they leave their identification document, more so passport, with the employers. The employers go ahead and report with the local authorities in Saudi, and they become aliens. They go and being misused by other Kenyans, which we have intelligence with, and they end up giving birth. While I agree the provision of Article 53 is very critical, those children, even the mothers, don't have traveling documents to come back to the country. So the question is, we need, and I have a discussion with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I find it interesting that the senator of the minister cannot walk to his house somewhere in Sabatia and engage him, and he decides to engage him through the media. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is very simple. I have not mentioned names. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is this.
Senator for Vihiga.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when you talk about Senator of Vihiga, there is only one Senator of Vihiga here, and that is Godfrey Osotsi. And is it in order, under Standing Order 105, for the senator to claim that I've made this request in the media? Is this house the media, Mr. Speaker? Because I've made this here, not the media, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fernande. Senator for Vihiga is perfectly in order to request for a statement on the floor of this House. And therefore, your assertion, kindly proceed to withdraw it and apologize to the Honorable House.
Mr. Speaker, let me retract and apologize so that my point is home. I don't want sideshows. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is very simple. That is the old genesis. So first, we have mothers who are undocumented. They don't have traveling documents. That is part one of the limbo of the problem. The second is the children without documentation. And you know Saudi laws, Mr. Speaker, they don't register. If you are not an Emirati, they don't register you. So if you go and give birth in Saudi Arabia or in Middle East countries, their law does not allow them to register their child. So those children and the mothers remain undocumented. I will have a discussion, Mr. Speaker, with the Minister of Foreign Affairs after this so that we can see how to assist and ensure our children are brought back. But after New Year, Mr. Speaker, and Christmas, we will have a new story to ensure we assist those mothers and children back to the country. I believe Musalia Mudavadi is able to handle that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Senator Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on Senator Thangwa's statement and state that, Mr. Speaker, it is true that a lot of our people are stranded abroad. I had recently brought a statement here in relation to a person from Makueni who had not only been stranded but also injured in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, Good Samaritan intervenes and the citizen was brought back to the country. Mr. Speaker, the question is, we have a constitution which is very clear on this particular matter, and then what has been signed between the countries so that it protects our citizens, Mr. Speaker. And what is the follow-up system, Mr. Speaker? Should there be a complaint here in relation to the companies which take these people there, the Minister of Labor, and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker? What are the roles of each one of them, Mr. Speaker? A lot of times, we are giving an assignment to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, yet the source of the problem, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister of Labor, where dubious companies have been allowed to take people to the Middle East to work there, and then never make follow-ups, Mr. Speaker, should something happen. Mr. Speaker, whatever, according to the agreements they have, whenever something happens to these people, first of all, they are unpaid bills, they claim, the monies which were used to take them there. At times, they have even passed on, or they have an emergency at home, Mr. Speaker, and they cannot be able to come back home, Mr. Speaker. At times, at one point, Mr. Speaker, I had to go all the way to Arabia to bring a citizen home who was in trouble. And it took, you know, when Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, were pushing and there was an outcry from Makueni, I had to make sure that this person came back home. So, Mr. Speaker, someone has to be responsible. And when a Kenyan is born abroad, the first thing they need to have is documentation so that they may be able to travel back home, Mr. Speaker. That can only be processed, you know, if the mother has reported the matter. And it must be made easier, Mr. Speaker, for such documentation to happen. For as much as that documentation delays, Mr. Speaker, that person cannot be in a plane to come to this country. And I think those are the details which should be checked. And the Senator for Kiambu was rightly so, Mr. Speaker. In the matter of children and mothers stranded in hospitals because the bills have not been paid, Mr. Speaker, it should be made very easy. And with whatever system we have right now in place, no child or mother should be detained in hospital
Senator Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make comments on the statement brought by Tharaka Nithi Senator, Senator Mwendo Gataya. Mr. Speaker, this trend of holding newborn babies and new mothers in hospitals is a most unfortunate trend, Mr. Speaker. At any given time, any given day, Bagathi Hospital, Mama Lucy Hospital continues to hold dozens of women who have just given birth. And the main reason for this, Mr. Speaker, is non-registration on SHA, Mr. Speaker. I've had Sifuna here wondering why, if SHA is working...
No, Senator Karanyamo, you shall refer your colleagues as honorable. You may proceed.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. I have heard the Senator for Nairobi, Honorable Senator Edwin Sifuna, wondering that if SHA still works, and if SHA is as real as we claim, why women are still being detained in hospitals after giving birth. The truth of the matter is, I have been to Mama Lucy myself. I have seen the women who have been detained due to lack of paying the bills, and all of them, 100%, they are not registered under SHA. And the reason why this is happening is because the SHA did not take into account the Linda Mama program that NHIF was taking care of. And the Committee of Health should demand a reinstatement of a fully funded insurance cover similar to Linda Mama that is fully funded under SHA, Mr. Speaker. Universal health care guarantees maternal health. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we cover maternal health because these are eventualities of life that every woman faces, regardless of your financial status, Mr. Speaker. And also we want to demand that a review of the government, of the national budget is made to cover maternity health care so that women don't have to go out of pocket, Mr. Speaker. A lot of these women, and the urban poor especially, and in our slums, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford the 6,900 shillings that is the minimum premium for SHA, Mr. Speaker. I also suggest that on the first visit of pregnant women in any clinic, they are onboarded on SHA.
Senator Morgan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a comment on the statement that has been brought by Senator Mwenda Gataya. Mr. Speaker, it is really sad that over 50 years after this country attained independence, we are still debating a matter of children, newborn babies being detained in hospitals. Mr. Speaker, when we got independence, we were assured that we will ensure that our population will get quality health care, they will get access to water, education, etc. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that should capture the attention of the government, Mr. Speaker. You know, babies are like angels. They are innocent, Mr. Speaker. So when you have a baby being born and then detained in hospital, we look like we are heartless, like we are a society that does not care at all, Mr. Speaker. Even if the mothers have not registered, there should be an arrangement where the government can write off bills. It's just welcoming a citizen, Mr. Speaker. We cannot have any justification whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, why we should detain newly born babies in hospitals. This is totally unacceptable. And Mr. Speaker, sir, if we are serious that we want to move from being a third world country to a first world country, these are the yardsticks that will be used to measure whether we are really migrating, moving towards being a first world country. How can you be a first world country, Mr. Speaker, when newborn babies are being detained in hospitals simply because their mothers cannot meet the medical expenses and the government cannot step in to pay for their medical bills. I want to appeal to the president because the buck stops with him. We need to put in place measures, Madam Speaker. At times it's good to own up. If Linda Mama was serving our mothers, why are we replacing it with something that is not working, Mr. Speaker? Let's own up in the best interest of our newborn babies. We reinstate Linda Mama, Mr. Speaker, so that our mothers can be welcomed to a country called Kenya without any pain or suffering. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to comment on the statement sought by Okiya Omtata on maintenance of roads on sugar belts in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with the reinvention of sugar levy, we expect that farmers in those regions should not suffer transporting their produce to factories, transporting fertilizer to their farms, when levies are being collected for the same purpose, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the only comment I want to make on this statement is that county governments should not overlap that responsibility by doing the same roads sugar levy funds are being applied to, Honorable Speaker. This is where funds are being lost by repetition of the work that has already been done, Honorable Speaker, and funds are lost. Honorable Speaker, I also want to comment on the statement by the Senator for Tharaka Nithi, Senator Mwenda Gataya, on the issue of mothers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this is a matter we really have to do a lot of sensitization. And our biggest and our weakest link in the rollout of UHC is actually county governments. Honorable Speaker, no mother, whether teenage or old enough, should be denied service or be detained in an hospital for failure to pay hospital bills. Honorable Speaker, our county governors, I really don't understand whether they are not reading the law that we passed in this House, or they have just abdicated their responsibility to people who have no capacity to deliver on it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, all mothers who go to deliver in facilities, whether public or private, are supposed to be enrolled on SHIV. Honorable Speaker, SHIV does not require you to have an ID. A birth certificate is sufficient for you to be registered as a mother and to deliver in that facility, to even be carried out as cesarean delivery, to be treated, discharged, and the only thing that facility is supposed to do is to bill SHIV on the cost they have spent on delivering that matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I get surprised when my colleagues want to take us to Linda Mama. You know, a lazy person would always want to remain in a comfortable place. What we must understand is that we cannot replace a comprehensive healthcare system by a sectional cover, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you are given an option to choose between a comprehensive insurance cover and a third party, Honorable Speaker,
I'll give you 1 minute because you are the chair of health to finish that statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I would want to ask my colleagues that for us to move, and when I hear people make reference to this is what we played in 1963, the reason we have never moved forward, we have never had a courageous president who would want to deliver a comprehensive health care like what we have today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, county governments must do their bits. They must allow mothers to deliver free of charge. Let them build SHIV. Parliament allocated 13 billion for SHIV. Why are they not utilizing those funds? It is just the usual laziness that they have used to it, and that is why even USC workers, they are unable to confirm, even when they have the money. We cannot keep blaming national government and the president. Governors must work up, Honorable Speaker. And I'm wondering what is happening in this Senate. When I was a governor, we used to be harassed left, right, and center. There used to be a Sky team. What is happening these days is that it looks like Senate is not doing their work. I'm part of it, but pick and pack, the ones who are dealing with the funds for Shiva are not doing much. Pure kabisa. And Nairobi has the highest number of senators who should go. I have not finished my 1 minute,
Senator
Madam Speaker.
Madago, your minute is gone, and once you choose to use English, use English. Senator Derito John Kenywa, Laikipia.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bi Spika, nataka kuchukua fursa hii kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator wa Kiambu, Senator Karungo Thang'wa. Bi Spika, ni uchungu wa Kenya wanapokuwa wameenda katika nchi za uraibuni kufanya kazi. Hatimaye unapata serikali ambayo inapaswa kuwachunga, kwa sababu walipotoka hapa walitoka ikiwa serikali ya stakabadhi zao zimekaguliwa vizuri na wamepewa fursa ya kwenda pale. Lakini wakifika huko, balozi zetu hazishughulikii mambo hayo. Tunaongea haya kwa sababu Saudi Arabia kuna msichana wa kutoka Nanyuki ambaye anaitwa Josephine Wanjiru Mombi, ametoka Majengo. Bwana Spika, Bi Spika, yule mwanadada anaishi hali ya uchochole. Balozi haimsaidii chochote. Nakumbuka Karungo Thang'wa alipotembea huko na yuko wale ambao walimzungusha katika zile sehemu kumuonyesha vile Wakenya wanavyopitia katika hali ya mateso. Bi Spika, tunapoongea na wewe, baadhi yao waliomzungusha tayari wameshikwa na wanastakiwa, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya kuleta hii taarifa, kwa sababu ya kuwazungusha, na ndipo ameleta hii taarifa. Kwa hivyo ningelipenda Bi Spika umwambie Senator wa Nandi, kwa sababu nimemsikiza akisema ya kwamba ataongea na waziri moja kwa moja, waziri wa mambo ya nje. Ataongeaje na waziri wa mambo ya nje ilhali ripoti hii imeletwa hapa kwa sababu ya kamati ifuatilie? Mimi najua hata si mwana kamati wa kamati ile, lakini huku kujigama na kujipendekeza, Bwana Spika, hakuna haja, Bwana Spika. Bi Spika, nikiendelea, Bi Spika, ningependa kusema ya kwamba
Senator Cherargei, what's your point of order? Senator Kenywa, resume your seat.
Mheshimiwa Spika, anasimama kwa oda ya kanuni ya kudumu 105 na Mheshimiwa Spika, na sehemu ya katiba ya uongozi na haki ama leadership and integrity. Nataka nimuulize Mheshimiwa Senator Kenywa aombe msamaha na aondoe katika taarifa ya bunge la Seneti kusema kuwa sina uwezo wa kuongea na Mheshimiwa Musalia ambaye ni waziri wa masuala ya nchi za kigeni kuhusiana na swala hili. Ili yale mimi ni kiongozi ambaye nimechaguliwa na watu wa Nandi, na pia wengi wao pia wanafanya kazi huko ugaibuni. Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni bora kweli aseme hivyo? Na mimi ni Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ambaye naheshimika kama kiongozi wa kitaifa, pia aombe msamaha na andoe katika taarifa ya bunge la Seneti. Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Kenywa, can you now respond to that point of order by demonstrating how Senator Cherargei cannot speak to the Senator for Foreign Affairs?
Bi Spika, nimesema vizuri sana ya kwamba Senator Cherargei alisema ya kwamba atalizungumzia hilo swala. Yule aliandika hiyo ripoti hakumletea ripoti kwake. Imeandikiwa vizuri kulingana na ripoti yenyewe, imeandikiwa kamati, na yeye si mwana kamati, Bwana Spika. Bi Spika, kama ingelikuwa ni hivyo, hata kiongozi wa wengi tungekuwa tukiletea kiongozi wa wengi hizi taarifa, kwa sababu najua anaweza kuongea moja kwa moja na waziri, anaweza kuongea moja kwa moja na rais. Bwana Bi Spika, sisemi hawezi kuongea, lakini vile alivyo jigama na kujivuna, hilo swala ataliongea na alimalize. Hilo naona ni kejeli kwetu. Bi Spika, sijamaliza.
Senator Kenywa, can you proceed and finish your 1 minute? What's your Senator Eddie? Resume your seat.
Madam Speaker, just under 105, I just wanted clarity. There are people that the Senator for Laikipia has indicated that in association to bring this particular statement to the House, have been arrested. I want to know who are these people, what are their names, and what is the accusation for their arrest. And because you cannot prosecute this matter when some people are going to suffer being arrested for bringing such an important issue here. Who are these people? What are their names? And what is the accusation? And how can this House, or rather the committee that has been tasked with this issue, be able to help?
Senator Kenywa, that's an important substantiation you need to make. Otherwise, if you cannot substantiate to give the details of the persons who are going to be arrested, you will withdraw and apologize. That's
Bi Speaker, nitaleta majina yao na vile vile ni akina nani wa Juma Alhamisi, Bi Speaker, ukinikubalia. Kwa sababu hata mimi inanisumbua zaidi kwa sababu yule mwanadada aliye na shida katika Saudi Arabia ametoka Laikipia Majengo, Bi Speaker.
Now, Senator Kenywa, you will bring those names by tomorrow, the next session.
Thank you, I'll do that.
Proceed and finish.
Bi Speaker, kuna hii taarifa ambayo imeletwa na Senator wa Tharaka Nithi. Bi Speaker, ni kinaya kwa sababu tunaambiwa kila wakati ya kwamba SHA inafanya kazi. Itakuwaje tena hawa watoto wamefungiwa katika hospitali zetu? Bi Speaker, hili ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana kwa sababu ikumbuke vizuri ya kwamba Linda Mama ilichunga hawa watoto. Hakuna mzazi yeyote alitisha pesa alipotoka katika hospitali zetu. Bi Speaker, kile kinanisumbua zaidi ni ya kwamba unapata ya kwamba badala ya Linda Mama tumeleta Linda Ng'ombe, kwa sababu nakumbuka juzi Laikipia tulikuwa tukidunga ng'ombe ilhali wa mama hatuwashughulikii. Kwa hivyo bwana Speaker, Bi Speaker, hili ni kinaya. Ukiangalia hospitali nyingi, nimekuwa nikisikiza maaskofu wakiongea. Maaskofu wa Katoliki nikimsikiza Muheri ya Nyoro waliongea vile SHA inavyosumbua wagonjwa, si hawa tu wa mama wajawazito ambao wanajifungua, lakini wagonjwa wengi, kwa sababu SHA hailipi hizi hospitali zetu. Ukienda hospitali kama ya Consolata, hospitali ya Kijabi, hospitali ya Chogori.
Time up, Senator Kenywa. And indeed, your submissions were going off the point because we were on Linda Mama. I don't know how you've brought in Linda Ng'ombe. There is no connection between the two. Senator, I have given you direction on that issue. That's a very important issue on Linda Mama. Proceed, Senator Dhangwa, Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
Thank you very much. I never contributed, and thank you for trying to become a prefect. Madam Speaker, I wish to support a statement by Senator Mofire. And Senator Mofire's request for a statement just falls short of saying SHA is not working. Because, Madam Speaker, when we detain children in hospitals, that shows both the county government of this accused county and the national government are not working, Madam Speaker. And this brings the issue. No one is safe, Madam Speaker. The unborn are not safe. The newborns are not safe. When they are born in their counties, they are not safe. When they are born abroad, like the issue of Saudi Arabia, they are not safe, Madam Speaker. But again, I think even the old ones are not safe, Madam Speaker, because we saw the other day the party leader for ODM expectorating a piece of cake, Madam Speaker, after getting a bite from the president. Madam Speaker, you know, spitting out a piece of cake. So it tells you that no one is safe in this country. And if we never speak about it, Madam Speaker, there will be a problem, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Senator Eddie, what's your point of order? Senator Karongo, resume your seat.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the party leader of ODM, the wisest party leader now existing in the country with a lot of experience, is a member of this house. It's a senator that represents the Siaya County, Madam Speaker. More importantly, is a man of valor, virtue, and value, Madam Speaker. I did not see Honorable Karungu Wathangwa anywhere in Mombasa. So that is it in order to impute improper motive in the persona of the party leader of ODM who is a member of this house, and especially when he's not even here, Madam Speaker. Is it in order? I wish that he withdraws the comment he has made on the party leader of ODM and apologizes to him as a member of this House, Madam Speaker.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, you know the rules by the standing order. Can you withdraw that statement?
Madam Speaker, as it has been said before, you cannot substantiate or withdraw the obvious. The event, despite the fact that, Madam Speaker, if I may speak, if I can be given an opportunity,
Senator Karungo
the
Dhangwa,
event.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, I have given you direction because you know the rules. You cannot discuss a member of the House in their absence without a substantive motion. Can you withdraw and apologize?
Madam Speaker, I am not talking about a member. I'm talking about the party leader of ODM. And Madam Speaker, it is in camera, it is on video.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, order, Senator Karungo Dhangwa. I have given you direction on that issue, specific. Can you proceed to withdraw and apologize so that we can proceed?
Madam Speaker, I want to withdraw the statement that the party leader of ODM spit a cake that he was eating by saying he never swallowed it, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I withdraw and apologize.
Senator
It's done. I withdraw and
Dhangwa, what is your point of order, Senator Charadige?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry. You know, we should be stickler of our own rules. Standing Order 122, you have made a ruling. You have even been gracious, Madam Speaker. You have tried to even beg him to apologize. Madam Speaker, Standing Order 122, gross disorderly conduct. And he has even made further worse by asserting that the distinguished Senator of Siaya and the most revered ODM party leader, Senator Oburu Odinga, went ahead and spit the cake. Yet he was not there. Madam Speaker, I want to invite you to a Standing Order 122, gross disorderly conduct. A senator commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the senator defies a ruling or direction of the Speaker or chairperson of the committee. Madam Speaker, I want to invite you to throw out the Amunyora Deheran so that he can go and say those things in public rallies, not on the floor of this House, Madam Speaker.
Senator Charadige, I believe Senator Karungo Dhangwa has withdrawn that statement and apologized because he knows the statement he is quoting. He's out of order. He didn't have the substantiation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Senator Dhangwa, your time is up.
I didn't say anything, Madam Speaker. I didn't say anything, Madam Speaker.
Just resume your seat. Senator Mariam Sheikh, take the floor. Sit. Senator Dhangwa, resume your seat. You are out of order now. Senator Dhangwa, you are out of order. You are out of order. That is the first warning, Senator Dhangwa. Senator Dhangwa, Senator Karungo Dhangwa, can you withdraw? I now order you to withdraw from Senate for the rest of the day. Exit. Exit. Sergeant at arms, let him exit from the precincts of Parliament for the rest of the day. Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wanted to add also my voice on the statement raised by Senator Tharaka-Nithi County, Madam Speaker, on the issue of retention of the mothers in the hospital. Madam Speaker, last week we are in Bungoma County and Kakamega County, Madam Speaker, and most of the mothers are teenage pregnancy and they don't have ID. And Madam Speaker, I encountered with one, which is, she's 24 years, but she don't have an ID, but the husband is willing to register and discharge. But, Madam Speaker, the SHA will not allow that if you are above 18, you cannot, your husband cannot take over to pay your SHA, your bill. And Madam Speaker, I urge, and I also urge the House that we have to proactive that when it comes to underage, that is independent, dependent can pay for you. But when you are above 18 and you have no ID, and you are a mother, and you have given birth, the kid has been registered by their father, but the mother cannot be registered under the dependent of her husband. So we have, as a House, to make amendments on that SHA bill so that at least any person who is married, given birth, which she don't have an ID, but she must use her husband account. Madam Speaker, and also, on this, also the health sector is devolved. Madam Speaker, SHA is working on the ground, but national government cannot work alone. The county government can come over and work on together so that at least these mothers who are detained be released from the hospital. Madam Speaker, there is also another scenario which I have encountered. The baby has been discharged under the father's account, but the mother is retained in the hospital because of no ID. So in that case, it is ours as members, as senators, to make amendment on that clause so that all the mothers must be discharged on their bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Consolata. Thank you. Senator Marin. Hey, you are coming, wait.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to contribute towards a statement by Senator of, it's called Senator Thangwa. sorry, about the humanitarian crisis that is being witnessed in Saudi Arabia, especially the female domestic workers who really encounter a lot of, they encounter grueling conditions in the diaspora just because they have gone to seek for jobs. I don't know as a government if we have got a concrete legal protection framework, or in case we have one, then it means it is insufficient or rather inadequate. So maybe we need to panel beat the legal framework and incorporate all that requires for the protection of our citizens. Because of a lot of systemic abuse, exploitation, and even sometimes some even die while they are trying to struggle and get repatriated from the foreign countries. So as a country, we need to look at that because a lot of our women are having problems out there, and even our children are also having problems out there in the foreign land. They tend to get there maybe because they haven't gotten adequate training to capacity build their potential in maybe holding some appliances that are used in those working stations they are being employed to, or sometimes due to language barrier, maybe they are unable to communicate very well with their bosses, and therefore there is need for us to enhance that, to enable our workers to have a safe working environment. And sometimes their passports are even confiscated and their phones, so they are unable to communicate back at home, and seemingly when they try other means of communicating back at home, they are really punished or victimized by their employers. So there is need to look at that, and in regard to my presentation, I want to support that statement by Senator Thangwa. Secondly, I would also like to...
your time is up, Senator Consolata. Resume your seat. Senator
Madam
Hamida.
Speaker.
Senator Consolata, resume your seat. We have very few minutes to close this session.
Asante. Asante Bispika, na mimi pia nataka kuchangia hiyo statement ya Senator Gataya Mofai, mambo ya uzazi. Kusema kweli inahuzunisha sana kuona wamama wanafungiwa na watoto wao wakiwa wamejifungua, na unakuta kila mara wako kwa hali mbaya, na kwa hiyo hali unakuta watoto tena wanarudi wanakuwa wagonjwa, wanapata infection mbalimbali. Kusema kweli kisheria ya kibinadamu hakuna mama anafaa kuzuiwa na kufungiwa akiwa amezaa, kwa sababu kuzaa ni dharura. Lakini pia na washtumu hao mababa, kusema kweli hii ni nafasi yao ya wao kuwa wamejua mama amebeba ujauzito miezi 9. Kwa hivyo ya yeye kuweza kujitayarisha vilivyo na pesa. Miezi 9 ni muda mrefu Bispika kwa mtu kuweza kujitayarisha. Kwa yeye kuwa najua kuwa mtoto anakuja na lazima fedha ziwe zinalipwa. Kusema kweli pia ni ukatili na unyanyasaji na kwa haki ya mtoto, kuonekana kuwa mtoto amewekwa katika hali hiyo, na hali mtoto anafaa kuwa katika hali ya mazingira inayofaa. Bispika, tulimhoji governor wa Nairobi kwa hiyo mambo, kama kulikuwa na Mama Lucy Hospital kwa wamama waliweza kufungiwa, na yeye akajibu akasema, sasa nyinyi mnatarajia nifanye nini? Ya kuwa nikiwakubalia hao wamama ni kuwa kila mtu atakuja kuzaa bure hospitali. Kwa hivyo na mimi naomba nisaidiwe, na SHA ni bure. Kwa hivyo haelewi kwa nini wamama wasiweze kuandikishwa kupata hiyo SHA na iweze kuwasaidia. Kwa hivyo hii naomba serikali iwe na sera za maadili ya huduma ya uzazi iwe bure Bispika. Kama hile Linda Mama, na Linda Mama kusema kweli ilikuwa nasaidia. Ya mwisho ni statement ya Senator Thangwa. Bispika, niliwahoji, tulikuwa na Senator Thangwa Saudi Arabia, na niliweza kuhoji Consular General Mkenya kuuliza kwa nini hawa watu hawajaweza kupewa nafasi ya kurudi nyumbani na hali wamezalia watoto huko. Lakini walinionyesha katika pale nilikuwa Jida, Consular General alinionyesha orodha ya namba ya mama karibu 9. Hiyo siku walikuwa wameregeshwa nyumbani na wamerudishwa nyumbani na watoto wao. Lakini nilifuatilia sana, na nimezungumza pia na balozi wa Kenya, Balozi Ramadhan, kuhusu hayo mambo, na wakaniambia nafuatilia. Lakini consulate ya Jida...
Time up, Senator Hamida. Senator Eddie Okech.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to make a quick comment on the statement by Senator Okiya Omtata with regard to the state of infrastructure development in Kenya's sugar belt regions. Madam Speaker, it is, it is in my habit that always I live by the Swahili saying that goes mgala muwe aki mpe, or aki yake mpe, which basically means, when somebody does good, say they have done good, even if you don't like them. I think that the Sugar Belt region, Madam Speaker, has experienced a tremendous growth in terms of productivity as a result of the government. For instance, Madam Speaker, by 2022, we used to have a production of 490,000 metric tons. Right now, we are just about to hit about 1 million metric tons in the region. And this has impacted a variety of things, including reducing sugar importation by a whopping 70%, and also making sure that farmers continue to get paid properly and on time, much more in the western region as well as in the Nyanza region. But that's notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, despite having passed the Sugar Bill Act that we did pass, which even included zoning of some areas, Madam Speaker, and making sure that these huge tractors are not poaching sugarcane from overly long distances and in return causing a lot of accidents as well as just causing a lot of damage on the roads. This still continues. And the element that is bigger problem, Madam Speaker, is the cess that our counties are supposed to pick from these sugar industries, Madam Speaker. It is wrong for people like even the border industry, Madam Speaker, to face problems because of dilapidated roads that are coming from these heavy trucks in the regions, Madam Speaker, and it is causing a lot of problems to other people, Madam Speaker, not just in the sugarcane industry. It's a problem that is overarching to all other industries, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to urge this committee, perhaps even to partner with my committee, because I'm the chair of roads, transport and housing, Madam Speaker, to actually do a proper inquiry on this expenditure on the cess that is being used in these areas, Madam Speaker, because it is not proper for even people like the border industry to give their money to county governments and yet still consume bad roads in the excuse that RMLF has not been sorted when the county governments are taking money, Madam Speaker. So I support this statement, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, it's an urgent statement that must be dealt with accordingly, and I will be willing to help the committee to view it appropriately. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddy. This is bringing us close to the end of the statement hour, and I want to specifically commit the statement on the request for statement on unlawful detention of new mothers in public hospitals over medical bills. And in light of the immense concerns and very grave issues raised in the debate, and listening to all the contributions surrounding the detention of newborns and mothers who have just delivered their babies, the statement is now committed to the committee, the Standing Committee on Health, and because this is a serious matter of national concern, the committee is requested to give this statement top priority, not queue it up, but complete the assignment so that the mothers who are detained in hospitals and the newborns can be released soonest. And I trust even the governors who are listening to this debate today should actually take the step to ensure the infants and the new mothers are released from public hospitals and should not be held over the medical bills. Thank you. So we are proceeding to the next order, and I'll reorganize the order paper and call out the next order, order number 9.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the methodology bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023.
Senator Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, be now considered. Madam Speaker, the Senate passed the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, and the bill was transmitted to the National Assembly, where they passed it with some amendments. Now, the Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources has considered those amendments, and they are of the opinion that the amendments do not in any way affect the initial bill as drawn. We therefore recommended that the same be passed as amended, and therefore we wish to have this bill reconsidered with the amendments that have been passed by the National Assembly, and I invite my Vice Chair, Senator Nyamu, to second this motion. Thank you.
Senator Nyamu, let's proceed.
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
Honourable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, be now considered. Honourable Senators, I do not see anybody interested to debate this motion. So I will defer the putting of the questions because of quorum. I will reorganize the order paper and I request the clerk to call the next order, order number 15.
Order number 15, motion, establishment of national teaching and referral hospitals in Kenya, resumption of debate.
Senator Beatrice Ogola had a balance of 9 minutes. She's Senator Beatrice, in an unusual show of courtesy to the senator, the honorable senator, you may now proceed to take your 9 minutes now that you're in the House. Proceed.
Please call out that motion again for Senator Beatrice to know which motion it is.
Order number 15, motion, establishment of national teaching and referral hospitals in Kenya, resumption of debate.
You had 9 minutes, Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was on the floor to second this motion by Senator Mwaruma on the creation of referral and teaching hospitals in our region. So, Madam Speaker, the only current referral hospitals we have are Kenyatta, Moi, Mathare, Kenyatta University, and the National Spiral Injuries Hospital. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm going to second this motion is that every Kenyan needs to access certain referral services that is domiciled in this referral hospital. Madam Speaker, I already even gave an emphasis and I spelled out the challenges some of us have had to go through from our regions, as our people have to travel all the way to Eldoret to the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. A number of patients, Madam Speaker, have died on the way to the hospital because of the distance. And so, Madam Speaker, because we want health services closer to our people, and especially the referral services that are required for our terminally ill, for the specialized services that are in this referral hospital, it is only right that all regions, the Ministry of Health creates these hospitals in most of these regions. And Madam Speaker had indicated all those regions as I introduced my secondment. And so, Madam Speaker, I second this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that aware that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya provides that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including reproductive health, noting that in Kenya we have 5 national teaching and referral hospitals with Kenyatta University Research and Teaching Hospital in Kiambu County and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County being the only ones outside Nairobi County, concerned that the bed capacity, medical equipment, and human capital in these national teaching and referral hospitals are not sufficient to absorb all the patients seeking specialized treatment. Further concerned that many Kenyans with critical health conditions travel long distances in order to access specialized services in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospitals in Eldoret or Nairobi, where the other 4 national teaching and referral hospitals are located, leading to high cost of travel, augmented disease, and in some cases, deaths along the way. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministry of Health to establish national teaching and referral hospitals in the coast, eastern, northeastern, Nyanza, and western regions, and fully equip the national teaching and referral hospitals with modern equipment, medical supplies, and personnel, and 2, the county governments to allocate more funds to their respective health dockets to adequately facilitate their county level 5 and level 6 hospitals in order to enhance provision of critical health services to reduce the demand for such services from the national teaching and referral hospitals. Senators, you're now free to contribute, and I'll call Senator Chiralige Samson to make his contribution to this motion.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I want to pick it from where the distinguished senator, the seconder, left at. I think this motion is very critical. Madam Speaker, we have to agree that the issue of health is a basic human right. Madam Speaker, they say a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Madam Speaker. That is what is important. And therefore, it is in the interest of any nation to have a health population. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I support this motion that we need to bring health closer to the people. Madam Speaker, number 2, when you look at the 4th schedule, one of the trademark or one of the functions that has been devolved to county governments is the issue of health. But as we talk, Madam Speaker, health is in deplorable state in all across counties. In fact, the worst being Nandi County, Madam Speaker. When you walk to Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, which should be level 5, there are no drugs. There is poor hygiene conditions, Madam Speaker. The infrastructure is falling apart. There is no functional mortuary, Madam Speaker. The projects within the health sector, and when the governor appeared on Friday, he could not give us answers on the Stol Kapsengere Hospital in Terik Ward in Aldai Sub-County, the Stol Kobujoy Health Center, which is a stone throw from his house, the Stol Nyayo Ward in Chepterwai Hospital that has told, Madam Speaker, even the mother and baby unit that is within the compound of Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, Madam Speaker, is told. The only thing that changes in that mother and baby unit is only the change of paint that is being painted white and other colors, Madam Speaker. So the infrastructure situation is pathetic. Madam Speaker, the only concern we have with counties, and there is a confusion, is that counties should not confuse the infrastructure of hospitals vis-a-vis the service delivery. Brick and mortar will never replace the functionality and service delivery. Madam Speaker, the issue of provision of health is very critical. And that is why I said, even when we celebrate 15 years of devolution, where 4 trillion Kenya shillings has been dispersed to counties, the situation in our health sector is deplorable. Go to Garissa County, Madam Speaker. Come here to Nairobi. Go to Nandi. Go to Kiambu, Madam Speaker. Go to Migori. Go to Homa Bay, Madam Speaker. Go to Kisumu. The situation, even in Murang'a, the situation of medical health provision is still a problem in most of those counties, despite 4 trillion Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. You, Madam Speaker, for us, I don't see colleagues who were with us in the last session. We had even what we call medical equipment supplies, the mess. In fact, instead of growing the accessibility of diagnostic, like issue of dialysis, issue of oncology services, issue of kidney, Madam Speaker, that is dialysis, issue of ultrasound, Madam Speaker, in our hospitals, the mess program became a mess in our county hospitals and sub-county, Madam Speaker. So this issue is timely, that we need to sit and agree on how we can ensure each and every county has referral hospital. And Madam Speaker, we have done this before. We have said, Madam Speaker, that every county must have a university. Now we are saying every county must have a county referral hospital that is run and managed by the national government, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I agree with this motion that we are only 2 hospitals. That is Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret and Kenyatta University Research and Teaching Hospital that is in Kiambu County. Madam Speaker, we need to propose, and the national government should work with our counties. For example, I want to thank the President, Madam Speaker, that Jaramogi Oginga Referral Hospital in Kisumu has been gazetted, is now a referral hospital. Courtesy of broad-based government, Madam Speaker, and we should be proud of such achievements, Madam Speaker. Number 2, Madam Speaker, we need in the spirit, we need to make, and I'm happy that the national government has taken over the construction and completion of Kakamega County Referral Hospital. That one should also be referral, because Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital is being overwhelmed. If the Jaramogi Oginga Referral Hospital becomes functional, Madam Speaker, it will be decongest Moi Teaching and Referral. And to give facts to Moi Teaching and Referral, because I come from that region, you go, Madam Speaker, you find even people coming from Murang'a, your county, people coming from Mandera to seek services in Moi Teaching and Referral, which is overwhelming the system of teaching and referral. Madam Speaker, to give you numbers of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital and also give you KNH, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Madam Speaker, it has 2,000 admissions inpatient. It has 3,000 walk-in patients per day in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the President also, in the spirit of broad-based government, that yesterday there was a groundbreaking of 20 billion new ultra-model Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, Madam Speaker. This is to expand and meet the ever-changing needs in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Madam Speaker. The Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, I've said they have 2,000 inpatient bed capacity, Madam Speaker, 3,000 working daily. Madam Speaker, I'm aware they used to get 8 billion Kenyan shillings, but 2 billion, Madam Speaker, was cut, and it became to 6 billion. Madam Speaker, the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital of Eldoret collecting 5 billion in own source revenue. We need to encourage them under Facilities Improvement Act to even, I expected by now, that Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, in their income on all source revenue, they must collect, Madam Speaker, up to 10 billion, so that they can break the gap, Madam Speaker, they can bridge the gap, Madam Speaker, of the underfunding that was cut in the previous budgetary allocation. Madam Speaker, I want to challenge the management from the CEO, the chairman of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. That hospital, the services have gone down. The place is dilapidated, Madam Speaker. The place is very dirty. And also referral system has failed in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. I want to challenge the CEO and the management, the chairperson of Moi Teaching and Referral, to improve. I am aware there are challenges of understaffing of nurses, Madam Speaker, because they need more than 2,000, but they have less than 1,000 nurses. Those are issues that they can fix, but they must improve on the service. We need quality service. Even in Kenyatta National Hospital, you remember the case, Madam Speaker, of a doctor that was an intern or a doctor that was here in Kenyatta National Hospital. When it reached a point of seeking medical, he could not be treated in KNH, Madam Speaker. There are so many problems that KNH is facing. Although there are good problems, there are good solutions that they have given. I saw they did the first reconstructive of face surgery that was done by KNH, Madam Speaker. I am proposing that despite the challenges that Kenyatta National Hospital is facing, we need the management and the CEO to up the game to ensure KNH provides best of the best services across in the Kenyatta National Hospital. Madam Speaker, we need to upgrade Coast General Hospital to be a referral hospital, Madam Speaker. For a start, I know there are not enough funds, but I want to appeal to government. Let us transform Coast General Hospital to become a national referral hospital to take care of Coast Region. I am proposing that Garissa County Referral Hospital be now taken to National Referral Hospital together for Northern Kenya, Madam Speaker. I am proposing now Jaramogi Referral Hospital has been gazetted. It's now a functional, its independence, Madam Speaker. Another one is Kakamega. I have proposed Kakamega County Referral Hospital to be Kakamega Referral Hospital. Madam Speaker, for the Mulima, or the famous Murima, I am proposing that Otaya Hospital or Aini in Nyeri be now upgraded to National Hospital so that it can take care of the Murima region or Mount Kenya region, Madam Speaker, where you are the proud daughter of the House of Mumbi from Muranga, and we are proud of what you are doing as the SG Emeritus of UDA. Madam Speaker, I propose Katundu Hospital be now upgraded to referral hospital to take care of the central region, that is Katundu, that is Kiambu County and Muranga County, Madam Speaker. And also propose Turkana Hospital, County Referral Hospital, to take care of the northern part, including Marsabit and Turkana, so that each and every Kenyan can access, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know the funding might not be sufficient to establish every county to get a referral hospital, but that should be the blueprint of providing medical care so that we don't run afoul. Madam Speaker, as a senior lawyer in this country, you know, right to health or medical services is a human right, it's a basic right. You know, there are basics. There is food, shelter, and as you said, clothing. Food, shelter, there are normally three. I'm forgetting one. Food, shelter, and the other, Madam Speaker, and housing. And now we should add that health, Madam Speaker. We need to add that it's a basic human right. Madam Speaker, on the issue, and therefore, even as we talk about SHA, I've had people, and we were discussing a good topic, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, because my light is on, I'm winding up, is that the SHA, I have had the situation, SHA is working. Why, if SHA is not working, why are 30,000 Kenyans registering daily for SHA? Madam Speaker, more than 20 million Kenyans have registered for SHA. Madam Speaker, the reason our mothers are detained, and I wish our colleagues were here, Madam Speaker, and you are a mother, Madam Speaker, the reason most mothers are detained in our hospitals is because of the following. One, they are underage. Two, some of them are aliens, Madam Speaker. Three is lack of proper documentation. And we should put the blame where it lies. The Migori County government has failed. Nandi County government has failed, Madam Speaker. Nairobi County government has failed. Health is devolved. SHA is working, but the health in counties is not working. Madam Speaker, we should get those two distinctions. I have met Kenyans of success stories that when they went to hospital and the bill came out, SHA took care part of it. And I want to challenge people who are saying SHA is not working. Give us an insurance that pays 100% of your medical cover, even Parliament here, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Service Commission, dental cover, Senator Eddy, covers only 75,000. So if today you fly to Turkey or to America and put teeth braces of gold, which is 200,000, Parliament will not cover. Because the limit is 75,000. So let's stop lying to Kenyans. There is no medical cover that will give you 100%. I don't know anywhere in this world, even the Obamacare that was in America, even any medical care, even in insurance law, the medical insurance does not cover 100%. SHA is a success story that will transform universal health coverage in this country. I want to challenge mothers who have been detained that they need to ensure that they, and I'm happy the president has said Kenyans who are not able to pay, they can register, Madam Speaker. And the CS of health is well guided. Madam Speaker, I want to challenge that our mothers should have proper documentation. But let us put the blame where it lies. Our county health function in all counties has failed. It is not SHA that has failed. The governor should tell us why our mothers are being detained in hospitals, in Migori, in Nairobi, in Nandi, in Mombasa, in Murang'a, Madam Speaker. They should tell us why our mothers are being detained. And I want to say, people are saying we should go back to Linda Mama. Not true. We have now Linda Jamii, Taifa Care, that ensure, Madam Speaker, even the natural delivery is now 10,000. Before it was 8,000. The cesarean section delivery is now 30,000. And I'm happy Senator Eddy is excited because he's here to give birth. Because these are the people, Madam Speaker, when they get married and get babies, I can assure Senator Eddy, and I want to encourage him to get married as soon as possible and start getting children. You will appreciate the role of SHA. Because if it is natural delivery, 10,000. If it is a CS, it's 30,000, Madam Speaker. Unless he can contravene what I'm saying. But I want to challenge the young people outside there. Don't fear to get married. You are being taken care of by SHA. We shall ensure, and I'm happy, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether you know you hosted us sometimes back when you were giving out your daughter. I know she can attest to the functionality of SHA. And the Bible commands us, for us who are Christians, go ye into the world and give birth and populate the world. And SHA will take care of the bills. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, to congratulate and say this motion is timely so that I can allow my colleague and listen to his brilliant submissions to Senator Eddy. But I want to caution him in future, when he's discussing a senior leader like me, senior politician, he should choose his words carefully. Because I had him in another forum, Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, he should choose his words very careful. Because I'm a senior leader, I know more than he does. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I support this motion, and let us give help to each and every Kenyan, and SHA is working. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cherargei. I'll now give a chance to Senator Eddy Oketch to give his contribution and reply to that very serious banter sent your direction by your colleague and maybe age-mate Senator Cherargei.
Madam Speaker, perhaps it would be good, because Senator Cherargei is a good friend of mine, and he's also a legal mind. I just don't know to which extent his legal mind helps him. But, Madam Speaker, what happens is this. Senator Cherargei was quoted in the weekend saying that there are communities that will not get deputy president. And Madam Speaker, I just said on TV that, you know, when you look at the game of football, there is something called vuvuzela. When a referee is officiating over a match, if you have vuvuzela, you can drown the referee, which is true, because then the referee cannot be heard when he is whistling against the game. And on this case of the deputy president, Cherargei is behaving like vuvuzela, because Senator Cherargei is making a lot of noise when that is at the territory of the president, who will be able to choose the person who can be able to work with. That's all I said. So Senator Cherargei, it was in good faith that you don't make a lot of noise. But, Madam Speaker, this is a very, very, very important motion for our country, Madam Speaker. And I will just pass through a number of indices, Madam Speaker, that you must look at. Today, if you cast your eyes, Madam Speaker, in our counties, the biggest problem, Madam Speaker, is that there has not been focus on primary and secondary care by the facilities that we have in our communities. If you start from the dispensary to health centers to county hospitals, level 1 all the way to level 5, Madam Speaker, they cannot focus on primary care and secondary care, Madam Speaker, because of serious congestion. These issues of primary health care and secondary health care go to our hospitals, Migori Referral Hospital, for instance, a level 5 hospital, Madam Speaker. These issues go to these hospitals, but then when there is need to focus on the specialized treatment of just 1 or 2 cases in those hospitals, Madam Speaker, what happens is then that all the possible nurses and all the possible specialists who are in our hospital, Madam Speaker, forget about the swath of these primary and secondary health cases, and then have to focus on this specialized case, Madam Speaker. So this is the first thing, Madam Speaker, that this motion solves, Madam Speaker. We are going to save so many lives if we can be able to have a myriad of these national referral hospitals taking care of bigger issues, Madam Speaker, including chronic diseases, Madam Speaker, that we see, Madam Speaker. If you think about the management of chronic diseases in our counties, Madam Speaker, if you think about cancer, you think about mental health issues, Madam Speaker. Right now, the most dependable mental health hospitals, Madam Speaker, in the country is Mathare Hospital. What happens to people who are not within Nairobi and the environments of Nairobi, Madam Speaker? If these issues of mental health care happen in a place like Migori County, a place called Masangora, which is in farthest part of Kuria East, Madam Speaker, or it happens in Nyatike, or it happens in a place like Siaya County, or even Mandera, Madam Speaker, what happens to that hospital when the personnel now have to reroute their entire infrastructure, their entire personnel of the hospital to focus on that chronic issue? It defrays the entire hospital of the right possible personnel to focus on the biggest number of primary health and the biggest number of secondary health, Madam Speaker. So this is the first thing that this motion helps us to solve, Madam Speaker, which is why I support it. I think it's a very big issue that we need to focus on, Madam Speaker. The second thing, Madam Speaker, is the issue of data. Madam Speaker, I'm surprised in this country. How do we make health decisions in this country, Mr. Speaker? How do we make national planning decisions in our country when it comes to rethinking and rethinking healthcare system, Madam Speaker? Because we don't see leadership decision, Madam Speaker, on healthcare connected to data, connected to proper data on what I would call the disease burden, Madam Speaker. We keep on seeing emerging diseases, we keep on seeing recurring diseases in the country, but there's no proper interrogation of data with regards to solving these diseases in the planning phase of our country, Madam Speaker. This will happen when we can cast our eyes in every region, if we cannot do it in every county, Madam Speaker, and be able to cast our eyes in establishing stronger institutions of higher level of hospitals, Madam Speaker, because these institutions of referral level, Madam Speaker, what they bring that is very big in terms of being able to build a database of the disease burden, Madam Speaker, is they are not only places where you take specialized treatment cases or chronic diseases problems, Madam Speaker. They also become the hub for research and innovation. They become the hub for learning and training, Madam Speaker. And it is in the processes of R&D, research and development, Madam Speaker, that you constantly interrogate data. You constantly build data. You constantly renovate data, Madam Speaker, that then will inform the issue of using data to be able to bring about an analysis on disease burden and dealing with them for once and for all, so that the national planning, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is not a place of guesswork. It's a place that is informed by proper institutions of higher research, higher development, and higher innovation, Madam Speaker. Closer to that, Madam Speaker, when I'm still in that issue of research and innovation, Madam Speaker, it is high time, Madam Speaker, that our country, as Kenya, must start competing with countries that have made strides in terms of proper technology that can be able to be cutthroat technology in dealing with diseases, Madam Speaker. Even to the expense that we can be able to make sure that we can go to suitability of technology that analyzes our own diseases as they are manifesting in our communities, Madam Speaker. Today, lives are being saved in a number of countries that are, whether third world or second world or first world. The competition here, Madam Speaker, is the utilization of technology, Madam Speaker. In our quarters nowadays, Madam Speaker, we haven't even reached a point where we can even think about national planning using AI in being able to deal with diseases, Madam Speaker. Why is this so? Because we don't have enough national referral hospitals that can be a hub of innovation and research, particularly on technology, Madam Speaker. This motion gives the country the dream, the hope, and the challenge to be able to start thinking about having those hubs that will not only deal with specialized treatments, but will also be able to be a hub to make sure that you deal with the issue of embracing technology, but more importantly, innovating proper technology that is keen to what we do here, Madam Speaker. Closer to that, Madam Speaker, think about it. If you look at all our universities, especially public universities, Madam Speaker, they have not become proper hubs that develop proper medical and professional training in the entire healthcare system, Madam Speaker. We are so basic to the extent that the people who are being trained in our institutions, Madam Speaker, are only people limited to the courses that they can be able to take. And even in some of these institutions, Madam Speaker, there is no proper facilities and equipment. Why? Because those institutions that are universities are only universities in the context of education, but not in the context of specialized training that we might need, Madam Speaker. These hospitals, if they were properly built, Madam Speaker, will buoy the idea of bringing about doctors, nurses, who are not only going to consume textbook contents, Madam Speaker, but day in, day out, they will be interacting with proper practice in dealing with real-time diseases and problems in those hospitals, Madam Speaker. So it's a very big opportunity, Madam Speaker, that if you can have this regional expansion of this national referral hospital, Madam Speaker, we will have an opportunity to build a proper human resource and human capital that will help us, boost the entire medical profession by being able to make sure that they are not just institutions that will be able to treat specialized issues or treat chronic diseases, Madam Speaker, but they will be practical partners to our universities, Madam Speaker. Closer to my heart, Madam Speaker, which is the essence of why this motion was brought, Madam Speaker. When you think about specialized care, what is the biggest hurdle that we are facing as a country? Because we do not have adequate public facilities that can be of referral magnitude, Madam Speaker, the private sector has constantly moved from the mission of providing care to the mission of profiteering in the medical field, Madam Speaker. Practically, if you look at what's happening in our country today, Madam Speaker, you cannot be able to figure out what is the cost of diagnosis of diseases and what is the cost of treating diseases in this country, Madam Speaker. For instance, today if you were to go to all hospitals in Nairobi County, or even all hospitals in Migori County, Madam Speaker, the cost of MRI will vary depending on which hospital you go to. If you go to Aga Khan, the cost of MRI will be 40,000. If you go to Medihill, just across, you'll find that the cost of the same MRI will be 20,000. Yet if you go to Kenyatta, it varies between 7,000 to 10,000. The same service, Madam Speaker. How is this possible? It is possible because we have left the mission of care and we have gotten into the mission of simply making profit. And that's why even the insurance claims in our country, Madam Speaker, don't work. Because insurance is no longer about insurance. It's about who is going to make the most money. Because we don't have proper national referral hospitals that can compete with the private sector, Madam Speaker. And this is why even the few that we have in our regions that cannot be able to help decongest some of the cases of secondary and primary care end up suffering, because even in those places like our counties, you will find that a governor owns a place where you're going to sell medicine, where, a chemist shop somewhere. Instead of having a pharmacy unit within the hospital, they'll put it outside. You go to Migori County today, you after being diagnosed with a certain disease, getting the proper advice of the doctor, you are told that you need to go to some shop somewhere to go and buy medicine. And that medicine, when you go to buy it, Madam Speaker, the price is not the same with the next shop and the next shop and the next shop, despite the fact that medicine importation in this country, Madam Speaker, is highly subsidized. Why is this happening? It is happening because of the limitedness of facilities that we have that makes it possible for cartels in the medical sector, Madam Speaker, to actually just put prices that they want as they want them, right from insurance to the cost of treatment to the cost of medicine. All this has become a mirage that you cannot be able to put a proper cost in specialized treatment, Madam Speaker. And this must stop, and the only way it stops, Madam Speaker, is by requiring that regions start developing this kind of facilities to the extent that equality will be the place for medical support, Madam Speaker. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I wanted to comment on the issue around knowledge sharing. Madam Speaker, there's something called the placebo effect. The placebo effect is where if my father was sick today or my brother, just by virtue of having knowledge of dealing with that disease, just knowledge, they start feeling okay. The same way they will feel okay by the virtue that they have just accessed a proper equipped facility to the extent that they start having psychological balance that they have hope they'll get better. That alone can reduce the impact of any kind of ailment in their lives by even 10 to 50%. Madam Speaker, if you go to countries that have made strides, you go to the United States, you go to the Asian tigers, you go to European countries, the biggest element that referral hospitals do, Madam Speaker, is making sure that they are the hubs of disseminating information, giving communal knowledge, giving national knowledge with regards to information about diseases and complexities that are emerging in the medical field, Madam Speaker. And even technologies that are being developed, some of which can be self-utilized by the population, Madam Speaker. This medical knowledge that comes not only through dissemination by this hospital, but even the medical staff that are captured within this institution, Madam Speaker, will help our community in terms of just edification and proper education program to our communities, whether it's through radios, whether it's through any media, or even just amorphous by interacting with these communities, Madam Speaker. This is very important in terms of thinking about national health care, because it is a core element of preventive medicine, Madam Speaker. And as I finish, Madam Speaker, if you allow me in 30 seconds, by building these facilities, we will be able to absorb the number of interns that keep on going through these programs without being able to be absorbed. Universal health care.
Let him finish that sentence for 1 minute.
If you think about the universal health care workers, Madam Speaker, that have not been employed for forever in this country, Madam Speaker, building these units, these bigger, larger referral hospitals in the regions will be able to be the place where you can be able to implement the issue of P&P, permanent and pensionable staff, and absorbing interns, as well as these wonderful people who are supposed to be in the hospitals working for us, but we cannot be able to absorb them because they are limited to the budget of counties. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to support this, and I hope that the House will be able to follow through and make sure that it's implemented. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Osotsi Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the motion on establishment of the National Teaching and Referral Hospitals in Kenya by the distinguished Senator of Taita Taveta, Jones Mwaruma. Madam Speaker, I have mixed feelings about this motion because whereas I support the need to have referral hospitals in every region of this country, the regions that have been listed in the motion, Coast Region, Eastern, Northeastern, Nyanza, Western regions, to complement the national referral hospitals that we have so far. Whereas I support that, I also have a different opinion about this motion. And that opinion is expressed in the second resolution that this motion seeks, which is seeking that the county government to allocate more funds to the respective health dockets to adequately facilitate their level 5 and level 6 hospitals so that they can enhance the provision of critical health services to reduce the demand of such services from the National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Madam Speaker, I have the benefit of being the chair of County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee, and we have been examining audit reports for hospitals in this country, particularly level 4 and level 5 hospitals. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you that if you look at the audit report for county hospitals, it is horrible. All manner of governance issues are in our hospitals. No wonder, Madam Speaker, every day I sit in this house, I hear members bringing statements on status of healthcare in this country because our county hospitals are mismanaged. If it is the issue of how to manage staff, that problem is common across all county hospitals. Management of HR, issues of bloated staff, issues of unaccounted for casual staff, issues of lack of proper promotion and succession, issues of expired medicine, Madam Speaker. Why would medicines expire in the first case? It is because of the corruption that is in these hospitals. They would rather give a patient a prescription to go and buy drugs outside the hospital. And one common thing that has come up is that we have a proliferation of chemists around county hospitals. How are these chemists thriving? They are thriving because, Madam Speaker, they have easy market. The patients who come for service in those referral hospitals, in those county hospitals, are being referred to buy medicines outside. And then they end up buying medicines in the chemists that are connected to some of the health workers in those hospitals. And this is common in all the counties. I remember at some point, actually last year, the governor of Mombasa addressed this issue and said that they are not going to license any more chemists around Coast Referral Hospital. Because, one, the issue of loss of drugs, the issue of drugs expiring in those hospitals. Madam Speaker, one of the other issues that have come up in our audit is compliance, Madam Speaker, compliance to the health standards model. There is a model that has been given by the Ministry of Health to all county hospitals on the number of medical equipments that are required, on the number of health workers required in terms of nurses, in terms of specialists, doctors, in terms of clinic officers and all. Most of our county hospitals have not been able to comply with the Ministry of Health model on that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have challenges around equipment leasing. Equipment leasing. The equipments that are in our referral hospitals, some of them are not functioning. Some of them are, the contracts that they have entered into are too expensive to be maintained. We used to have the MES, the Medical Equipment Leasing Program, that we saw in the last Senate. It was messy, Madam Speaker. But now it has been replaced by another one which is more messy, Madam Speaker, called the NES, National Equipment, System. It is more messy because it has increased the cost of healthcare in our hospitals, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of equipment, malfunctioning of equipment, maintenance of equipment, and even the cost, general cost of running the equipment in a hospital is so high, Madam Speaker, to the extent that basic services, Madam Speaker, like CT scan, patients have to be referred to private hospitals around the referral hospital, Madam Speaker. And yet, we appropriate a lot of money to our counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a problem even with basic facilities in our county hospitals. Issue of cleanliness. Issue of even number of beds, Madam Speaker. Some hospitals you go there and you see patients sharing beds. Sometimes even patients sleeping on the floor, Madam Speaker. These are issues that we encounter, and I want to thank the Senate for giving us an opportunity as a committee to basically look at the audit issues in our hospital. And we'll be coming with a series of reports before this House so that the House can really understand what are the real challenges our hospitals are going through. Madam Speaker, even issues of financial management in our hospitals, you find that the county executive financial statement are intermingled with the hospitals. And the PFM is very clear that hospital entities are supposed to have their own separate financial statements so that they are audited separately. But you still find that assets for the hospital are still in the name of the county, or they are still in the name of something else. So I am basically trying to give the picture of the financial and the governance performance of our hospitals so that, Madam Speaker, when we say we want our county hospitals to be upgraded to referral hospitals, then we will be making sense. Because I've seen a proliferation of requests from counties that the county referral hospitals to become national referral hospitals. They are basically pushing the problem. Counties are basically saying that we cannot manage this, we are asking national government to take over. How can you become a level 6 hospital when, according to the auditor, you have not even met the basic standards of becoming even a level 4 or a level 5 hospital? I have seen a number of requests by our counties to convert their level 4 and level 5 hospitals into level 6. And basically, that is driven by the failure of our counties to manage healthcare. They want now to take it to the national government, so that pressure is not on them. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, I am very hesitant to support this motion that because our counties have failed to manage level 4 and level 5 hospitals, then we should now indirectly transfer that functions to the national government. We have been discussing here, Madam Speaker, on the need to have a comprehensive transfer of functions from the national government to the counties. We have been saying 80% of the health budget is retained at the national level. And yet, health is primarily a devolved function. But here, we are now saying as a Senate that now our hospitals should now be upgraded from the county level 4 and level 5 to become national referral hospitals at level 6. This is a contradiction, Madam Speaker. We cannot be pushing for the transfer of functions from the national government and at the same time indirectly transferring them back to the national government. Madam Speaker, I can see you are nodding, and I know you are strong chair of, vice chair of devolution committee. These are the things you've been pushing hard. This motion, and I have great respect for Senator of Taita Taveta, but I find this motion to be contradicting our position as a Senate. What we should be saying is we should be asking our counties to invest more money in our county hospitals. We should be asking the national government to increase allocation or basically transfer all health functions to the counties and transfer with money. But now asking them that now that our governors have failed to manage our county hospitals, now we should again transfer that burden back to the national government. That is not making sense to me, and I do not support this motion on that thinking, Madam Speaker. My thinking is that we need more money to be appropriated to our county hospitals. We need more money from the national government to support health in our counties. That will be progressive. Because if we join this stampede to convert our county hospitals into referral hospitals, Madam Speaker, we will not be doing justice to our people. I do not think it is necessary for us to have referral hospitals all over. What we want is better managed hospitals. Because in any case, Madam Speaker, this idea of referral hospitals, without having proper lower level 5 and level 4 hospitals, it means patients will be referred to referral hospitals, even basic health issues. Referral hospitals are supposed to handle complicated issues. So that is why you find KNH is congested. Because patients want to go there, enjoy better services, and they don't want to go to level 4 and level 5 hospitals. Or level 4 and level 5 hospitals are not properly equipped. So they push all their cases which they are supposed to handle back to the National Referral Hospital. So, Madam Speaker, on the basis that we need to improve the performance of our county hospitals, and on the basis that we need the national government to transfer all functions in health to the counties and transfer with money, I do not support this motion. This motion should have read that the national government will build new national referral hospitals. Without that clarity, Madam Speaker, it means we are simply telling the national government to take over our county referral hospitals and call them level 6 or call them national referral hospitals, just a change of name, but nothing more that has been changed. I can give an example, Jaramogi Odinga Hospital, which is now
1 minute.
Considering what I can see with my eyes, Madam Speaker, make it 3 minutes.
Senator
You know what I mean.
1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Madam Speaker, you go to Jaramogi Odinga Hospital, which is now level 6, and you still see challenges. Even if you look at the health model, they have not even complied, but they are now being transitioned up there. We need more investment there. Madam Speaker, even as I'm talking about supporting our healthcare, primary healthcare is also very important, because the failure of primary healthcare, it means our referral hospitals will still have a problem. And the referral and primary healthcare is the most important one. Right now, in this house, we have appropriated money, Madam Speaker, to CHPs. But in most counties, CHPs have not been paid for even 6 months. In my own county, my CHPs have not been paid. And every year I sit in this house, sign off 48.8 million every year to them. So you wonder what happens to the national counterpart funding and what happens to the county government funding. Madam Speaker, this is a serious issue, and I hope Senator Mandago, who is a former governor, will help us to deal with the issues of health in our counties. They have made numerous visits to our health facilities in the counties. We now want to see progress, Madam Speaker, so that the recommendations they make, they are not just made and adopted in this house and nothing happens after that. We want to see them making an implementation follow-up so that the many problems we are having in our county referral hospital are resolved permanently and our people are able to get quality health care in their various counties. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say I do not support this motion the way it is crafted. Maybe if they improved and said,
Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak into this very important motion that has been brought to the floor of this House by Senator Mwaruma, and to say it's a very good motion. And it should be a conversation starter on how health should be managed in our country and in our counties, Honorable Speaker. And why do I say so? Because just a few minutes ago, we had a statement here brought by Senator Mwenda Gataya of mothers who have been detained in hospital, with their newborn infants, who have been detained because they could not afford to pay the bills, the hospital bills and medical bills that were due to be paid by them upon delivery of their infants. And these are not private hospitals. Maybe they are also there in the private hospitals because sometimes when it's time to give birth, a mother will go to the most accessible facility within her locality or within her environment. And maybe, Honorable Speaker, while in the private hospital, it may even be excusable to an extent.
It is close to inexcusable in a public facility for a mother to be detained with a newborn baby, stuck there, the baby being exposed to further infections and being exposed to other risks, health risks, while they are detained in a hospital and the bill continues to be accumulated. That means, in spite of the many efforts that have been made, we are still having glaring gaps within the health sector. And I'm very happy that the Kenya Kwanza government has brought out a new program, a SHA program, SHIF, a new medical universal health coverage, so that we can begin to see how the nation will walk towards a better medical care, health care facility for all the citizens in the Republic of Kenya. You know, Honorable Speaker, being a lawyer, you already are conversant with Article 43(1)A of the Constitution. That provides that every person in Kenya has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including reproductive health care. And if this is a fundamental right under the Constitution, rights come in with obligations. And those obligations are given to the state. And they are further delegated or devolved down to the counties. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, we are all aware, because we have had considerations of the bills that devolve resources to the counties, that we know for a fact that we have seen funds being devolved to counties to improve or to offer health care to all the residents within every county. It is therefore very sad when we see this right under Article 43 being trampled all over. When we talk about accessibility of these healthcare facilities, are they accessible? And I guess this is some of the issues that have inspired this motion, because the drafter of this motion intends to achieve national teaching and referral hospitals in the coast, in eastern, in northeastern, in Nyanza, in western regions, and I do not know why he left out a few regions. I see regions like Central Region. I do not see it cited here, but I assume when this motion gets to be considered by the committee, when it's committed to be considered by the Health Committee, they will put in the rest of the areas like Murang'a County, which have been left out here. But I'm happy to note that when Senator Cheraligei was speaking into this motion, he did mention that referral hospital would need to be established in Kiambu and in Nyeri. And of course, while that may be close to Murang'a County, it is also important to have that health care accessible to the residents of Murang'a. And we would therefore be saying that the hospital in Murang'a, the level 5, or even a whole new entity like has been proposed by Senator Otsotsi can be considered. Now, we know counties are having challenges because the resources are not enough to fund all the activities or all the functions that have been devolved to the counties. But let me state this from the very onset. It is going to be very inexcusable for any governor and any county to hide behind the many gaps that are there and to ignore health care. And I want to say this. If in every county we were to look into the healthcare facilities that are supposed to be given to allow citizens to access acceptable healthcare services, Honorable Speaker, even if that county did not do any other thing except just doing the health function or performing the health function so well, you can be sure they'll walk away with an accolade. And let me single out one county where we were invited to go and see the launch of a level 5 hospital in Kirinyaga County. Let me take this opportunity to commend Governor Anne Waiguru for the hospital that was opened in Kirinyaga, the one that was launched in Kirinyaga maybe 1.5 years ago, because I was there myself. And I saw for the first time within a county in the Republic of Kenya, and not in the Nairobi County, not in Nairobi City, we had equipment and a facility that could actually do a kidney transplant That is very commendable. And if anybody wants to learn what should be done about such a healthcare facility, Honorable Speaker, if we had such healthcare facilities in 47 counties, can you imagine what relief it would be to the Kenyans for them to be able to walk into a county, Honorable Speaker, if they have issues with the kidney or the liver or the heart, that something can be done within a county. I saw a hospital that rivaled Nairobi Hospital, yet it was a public institution within Kirinyaga County. I saw a hospital that rivaled Aga Khan Hospital. I saw a hospital that rivaled, I could not tell when you're inside, if you're just blindfolded, taken to that hospital, in the maternity wing, you will not know whether you are not in the Avenue Hospital in Nairobi or Avenue Hospital in Thika. And I want to ask all the governors, don't go to learn together with your health, CEC health and county staff. Don't go to look for best practice in Dubai or India. First go here to Kirinyaga and see that hospital. And watch out and make sure that you don't walk out of the 5 years without leaving a huge footprint in the healthcare services. That's what Kenyans are looking for. Honorable Speaker, I grew up in the village. All my years until after college, I was treated in public hospitals. I had never accessed private hospitals, maybe for the reason that my parents had enough children, so everybody had to do what needed to be done within the public facilities. So many of us are products of public facilities, public institutions, from primary school to high school to the university, all through until we were able to earn money ourselves and pay 10 or 2,000 shillings to a private entity, a private hospital in Kenya. And that being the case, and this being the case for over maybe 95% of the Kenyan population, are not able to access private hospitals in Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, if you want to know how serious that situation is, just go to Nairobi Hospital or Aga Khan Hospital or private hospitals for just the treatment of a simple cold. You will be shocked the kind of money you'll have to pay. Because when they send you for a scan or for an X-ray, woe betide you, my friend. If you don't have thousands of shillings in your pocket, you will not be able to handle that. That's why our phones are full of requests. People asking, my cousin, my mother, my father is in hospital. And those are some of the issues that are being sorted by SHA. And that is why even the team that is working in SHA, they have to expedite closing out on any gap so that the success story of SHA can be told and retold. But we do not want to see a disconnect between what SHA is putting forth for the Kenyans to access them to affordable health care and the county hospitals. When the members of public are trying to use the SHA, someone is trying to block them from using SHA. Let's not have that disconnect. And counties, we are still not understanding why primary health care, outpatient, in the level 2, level 3, why people are being charged. They are not supposed to be charged for that, Honorable Speaker. So I want to support this motion. And I want to say this. We must support any motion or any bill that comes to affirm proper, accessible, affordable, quality health care to all the Kenyan citizens, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say that we must truly understand what universal health care stands for. Emergency care. If we were to speak into the issue of emergency care, Honorable Speaker, if somebody had an accident here, near one of the top private hospitals here, on emergency, you might find the person may not be able to access health care because of the bills they will be slapped with, or because of what will be demanded before that treatment is accorded. We want to reaffirm the position that emergency health care must not be conditional. In fact, some of the bill that we enacted in this parliament was to ensure that Kenyans can access that emergency health care. And Honorable Speaker, let me speak briefly on
Kenyatta National Hospital, being the top referral hospital in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this hospital was established very many years ago. I have visited patients in that hospital on several occasions. I want to ask the management of Kenyatta National Hospital, the referral hospital, not Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. I'm talking about Kenyatta Referral Hospital, the National Hospital, that, Honorable Speaker, you need to do something to uplift the standard of that facility. And I want to ask the management, because it is run by a very detailed structure of leadership and management, improve the services in that hospital. There are basic things that can be done to make it look like Nairobi Hospital. Some of the repairs that need to be done, they should be effected. And issues of insecurity within the hospital, I'm happy that has been stamped out. We should not have patients being exposed to risks while they are admitted within that hospital. I have seen a part of it is very well managed, Honorable Speaker. But one thing I noticed is that they are very afraid of any cameras getting near Kenyatta National Hospital. Obviously for good reasons. That first of all, patient privacy is crucial and is key. But nobody should be afraid of the camera if they are doing the right things. There are things that can be done. There are places that can be photoed because you know your hospital, number one, is meeting the hygiene standards. It is meeting all the quality standards that are supposed to be met by a medical healthcare service provider. And Honorable Speaker, we should not allow our hospitals to be very afraid of the camera. They should instead do the best they can to keep the best facility that they can provide for the public, and then wait for the public to give them the compliments. So I want to challenge them, because we have not achieved the optimal health care that we should achieve in Kenya right now. Hospitals must accept to take comments, compliments. They must accept to take any criticism that comes along with it, because it is a matter of life and death, actually. So if I come to your hospital and I feel I haven't been managed properly as a patient, don't feel uneasy as a hospital institute. Take up the comments and see how you can assist the patient. And let me also quote one incident I had one time when I was in the UK, and I needed to access some medical support. And it was just something not too serious, but I needed help. And I walked in and I said, I need treatment, I don't have a cover, I'm visiting, I'm going back home, but I need some painkillers, some help. When I walked in, I didn't know what to expect, Honorable Speaker, but when I explained, I did not even give an identity beyond my name, just my passport, and I said, I'm traveling, I'm here for a few days, and I wanted to see how that facility would work to support me. Honorable Speaker, you give me 1 minute, I finish this testimonial so that we can learn from it. Honorable Speaker, when I walked in, first of all, I was given treatment and the doctor diagnosed the ailment.
Please give her 1 minute.
I was given treatment, Honorable Speaker, and I saw a doctor. And because I was traveling and I could not access my health facilities back home, they accepted to treat me. When I went to ask how much I was supposed to pay, it was treated as an emergency, and they said I did not need to pay anything. I only paid £11 when I got the medication that I needed to get. What does that teach us? Universal health care. When we say universal health care, the counties must accept that it has to work. And painting hospitals without facilities, without x-ray machines, without scanners, without every equipment that is needed is not sufficient to give healthcare services to our people.
Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I support this motion with an amendment that we provide referral hospitals both at the central part of Kenya and all the other parts which have been.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity for me to also be able to add my voice to this motion, which I want to support, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I may want to say that I was a member of the Committee on Health in this House. And that gave me an opportunity to make several visits to several medical institutions, Madam Speaker. And I remember there's a time that we visited JOTRH in Kisumu County. And when we were dealing, or when we wanted to establish the challenges that they were facing, Madam Speaker, one of the challenges was that they were having a spillover of patients from neighboring counties. That is Vihiga County, sometimes even Kakamega County, Madam Speaker, even Kisii County and Nyamira sometimes, Madam Speaker. And the challenge that they had, according to them, was that the Miaga County resources sent to this particular county were actually being expended on mostly patients that did not originate from the same county, Madam Speaker. And when I heard that JOTRH had finally been taken over by government, Madam Speaker, I knew that it was a relief to that county because most of the resources were going to people from other counties, Madam Speaker. And so I support this motion because it will, of course, sort out counties so that counties may be able to improve on their other facilities other than that particular facility that could be attending even patients from many other counties that are neighboring this county, Madam Speaker. And so with the establishment of teaching and referral hospitals in these recommended regions and other regions, especially the central region where some of us come from, Madam Speaker, this will be a good and a progressive step. And so I support this motion, Madam Speaker. The other thing, or the reason for my support for this motion is the fact that these hospitals also serve as teaching centers for upcoming doctors, pharmacists, and the like, Madam Speaker. And it is important to remember that most of the counties now have an established university within the counties. And when we need, because we need to establish many schools of health sciences in these universities, they need these kind of hospitals so that the students could be able or can be able to learn and practice their profession. And so this is a very progressive motion that should be supported by all because we need to establish hospitals that can also be able to train our young doctors, Honorable Speaker. We also note that a lot of funds are left at the Ministry of Health headquarters. Although health is devolved, not all or the whole budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Health goes to counties. So there is still a lot of money left at the Ministry of Health headquarters, Madam Speaker. And counties should be able to benefit from this particular amount that is left at the headquarters. And the only way, or one of the ways of counties benefiting would then be to have the national government, through the funds left at the center, establish these referral hospitals in these regions, equip them, engage professionals in those particular hospitals so that the cake that is left at the national government, at the Ministry of Health headquarters, may also benefit counties in one way or the other. And this would be a good way of benefiting counties through establishment of these referral hospitals in this region, Madam Speaker. We will not forget, Madam Speaker, to say that with all this, we will want governors to also better the other health facilities so that once these national, teaching and referral hospitals have been established, that governors now will concentrate on those other smaller facilities, Madam Speaker, that serve members of their counties. And so governors will not now have an excuse of telling us the kind of story that we had from JTRH, that, see, we are spending a lot of money on this particular facility, while this facility is serving other counties that do not chip in anything, despite the fact that members or constituents from their counties are coming for services here. So these will help governors to concentrate, Madam Speaker, on those other small facilities that will serve the people, even at the divisional level or at the sub-county level. And so this is a motion that we need to support. The other thing is that mostly when we have these teaching and referral hospitals, government, the national government, invests in specialized equipment and specialized health staff, Madam Speaker. And so when this comes, it will benefit those that may not be able to travel the long distances to the only 3 referral hospitals that we have in the country, and we will have people then benefit health-wise from these referral hospitals that will be so established, Madam Speaker. And so for these and many other reasons, Madam Speaker, I support this motion to have these referral hospitals established in these regions and also other regions in this country, Madam Speaker. With those few remarks, I thank you and I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments on this motion, which from the onset I'll say it's a good motion, but I don't believe that it's a motion that has been well thought out. And I say that being cognizant of the fact that health is devolved, but if you look at the budget of 2025-2026, the Ministry of Health had initially requested for an allocation of about 426 billion, and they were given 132.4 billion. Now, if you look at the 132 billion that has been given to the Ministry of Health, what the Constitution says is that the national government shall be responsible for the following areas when it comes to the issues of health. One is the national policy. Number 2 is national standards. And number 3 is referral hospitals. Madam Speaker, I do not see the reason as to why a motion should be drafted to now call upon county governments. And this is why sometimes I think we need to be very thorough in terms of our research so that we know exactly what we're talking about. If the Ministry of Health, headed by Honorable Duale, is already receiving 132 billion shillings just for policy, for national standards, and for a few referral hospitals which are available in the country, which is money equivalent to 10 years allocation of my county of Narok. And now you come up with a motion that says that the county government to allocate more funds to their respective health dockets to adequately facilitate their county level 5 and level 6 hospital in order to enhance provisions for critical health services and reduce the demand for such services from the National Teaching and Referral Hospital. What exactly are you saying? Already, you've given counties very little money. You've given my own county of Narok so little money that it cannot even cover the 1.5, 1.6 million people that reside in the Narok County. You're telling them, take that budget, instead of the regular 30% that the county allocates to healthcare facilities, you're now asking Narok County to allocate 50 or 40% of their budget. Yet you're retaining all the money in the Ministry of Health. All the money in the Ministry of Health. In fact, the first thing we should be saying here is that this number 2, which I completely do not agree with it, and I want my colleagues to be reading these motions carefully. When a motion is brought, don't just support a motion because it sounds good. It sounds good for us to have health referral hospitals in every region. Of course, there's no doubt that if we had a situation whereby county governments were given more money and referral hospitals were built, it will lessen the burden that Kenyatta National Hospital is already facing. Now, if you want to convince me on this motion, first of all, allocate more money to Kenyatta National Hospital. Kenyatta National Hospital, out of the 134 billion shillings that has been allocated to the Ministry of Health, 18.1 billion is what has been given to Kenyatta National Hospital, and 1.75 billion that is given to their doctors. Madam Speaker, we need to be practical. We cannot just be debating motions here which will not help this country develop. If we are talking about coming up with policies that will enhance proper healthcare in county levels, develop county level 5s, level 5, level 3, level 2 hospital, and putting more money in primary healthcare, I'd be the first one to clap the hands. But I'm not going to stand here and say I fully support this motion when I know very well that where the government is going to be looking for money is by denying counties money and giving more money to the Ministry of Health. I completely disagree with giving more money to the Ministry of Health to build referral hospitals when a lot of the money that is given to them, they have very little to show. Very little to show. I want more money to be allocated from the Ministry of Health to Kenyatta National Hospital. I want more money to be allocated to Eldoret Referral Hospital before we can even start talking about building new level 6 hospital, and we do not have money. Madam Speaker, a good governor, a former governor, friend of mine, who was a governor of Kakamega, was very ambitious. You know, he built a huge hospitals, which ended up becoming a big elephant project. Recently is what I heard that the ministry was taking over that project. Let us not try to chew, to bite more than we can chew. Let us learn to live within our means, Madam Speaker. No wonder, Madam Speaker, the IMF today is fighting so much to devalue the Kenya shillings because they do not want Kenya to be able to have a favorable balance of trade. These are things that we have to be objective in looking at them, Madam Speaker. I would be very happy if we had hospitals that work, if we had a healthcare system that works. But when we are still struggling to be able to make sure that SHA works well, to be able to make sure that our level 5, level 4 hospitals are fully equipped, and they are able to, we are able to train more nurses to be able to provide healthcare to our people. You know, if we were able to do that, I would be the first one to say, okay, we've succeeded here. Now let us move and start saying, calling for level 6 hospitals to be built in all regions. Madam Speaker, it is not just a building that means that people are getting better health care. It is not. It is the quality of service in those hospitals. Can we first improve the quality of service in level 3s, level 4, and level 5 hospitals in our own counties before we start saying, let us bring another big monster? Soon, what will happen, Madam Speaker, is that money will be sent to level 6 because everyone will be bypassing level 5, level 4 hospitals, and level 2 hospitals. Let us try to improve our primary health care first before we try to say, okay, we want to lessen the burden in referral hospitals. Yet that burden in referral hospitals of having many people being referred to is because our level 5 and level 4s are not working. So, Madam Speaker, I don't support this motion. I'm now fully convinced that I do not support it. I will only support this motion when I can be told that the 134 billion shillings that we sent to the Ministry of Health to be able to develop same standard, national standards. Number 2, to support Kenyatta National Hospital and to support Eldoret Referral Hospital. and also to come up with policies is actually working. Currently, it is not working. Let's call a spade a spade. It is not working. The moment we pass this motion in this House, Madam Speaker, you will see in the next division of revenue, there will be less money going to counties. Why? Because Senate has said, let us build more referral hospitals. The Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Treasury will say, gentlemen, in the last financial year, the Ministry of Health had requested for 426 billion. When they requested, we cut it down to 132 billion. We did that because we did not have money. But now, gentlemen, distinguished senators, you've come up with a beautiful proposal that we should build referral hospital. That means, and also on top of that, you've told counties to increase more money on their budgeted for the healthcare docket to the healthcare, so now we need more money, which means now we will reduce the money that is going to go to county governments. We need to be realistic. There's something called intended and unintended consequences. The unintended consequences of such a motion will spill doom to our counties. Let us try to live within our means. Let us build our level 5 hospitals. Let us better them. Let us fully equip them. Let us come up with a system where we can be able to prescribe medicine to every part of this country. And whether or not that drug is available in the hospital, it can be available in a pharmacy. And a person who is sick can continue getting the medicine they require, and they can be able to get the services they require. Today, Madam Speaker, if you go to our hospitals, you'll find that the doctors there have got clinics outside town. They will tell you, I will refer you to Kenyatta National Hospital. And they'll take a pen and they'll write Kenyatta National Hospital for this. Or we'll take you to Eldoret Referral Hospital. However, there's a clinic in town. If you go, they'll be better off to serve you. Why not improve our level 5 such that the referral cases become very minimal? As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear on my objection to this motion. One, there's no doubt that having referral hospitals in every region will lessen the burden that is currently with the Kenyatta National Hospital of so many referrals. There's no doubt. Number two, and there'll be no doubt that many people will get access to more training. But the question to ask is this. Although these are all positives, access to specialized healthcare services will be, just around the corner. It will also probably foster medical research. The question to ask is this. With the current situation, have we been able to tick those clear points, positive points, that there'll be more access to specialized care? Have we been able to deal with it currently? So, Madam Speaker, I believe that it is time that we become realistic. We improve the healthcare. The moment we've improved the healthcare completely, our level 5 have been equipped with doctors, have been given, improve more money that you're sending to doctors even in the first place. If you're saying for level 6, you are giving them 1.75 billion in Kenyatta National Hospital alone. Now, when you build many, how much more money will you be sending and you don't have that money? And you have your big brother IMF there telling you, first of all, devalue your currency. So, I do not support this motion. I feel like we first of all need to better our healthcare facilities in the county levels, improve them, so that once they are doing better, and there is need for these specialized services, there is need to foster research in our institutions, and there are resources, local resources. Only at that point should we then agree to be able to now support a motion that sets up new referral hospitals in regional centers. Let us learn to live within our means. We cannot be spending what we do not have. We can't. Every day, Madam Speaker, if you take your phone, you will find requests for money to pay hospital bills. Now, when you are taking money that is very limited to be able to go build these big elephant, white elephant projects, will those requests not triple? So, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I oppose this motion.
Senator Lominen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the debate on this motion be adjourned pursuant to Standing Order number 110-1. And I request Senator Nyam to second.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the debate on this motion be now adjourned. I put the question that the debate on this motion be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a petition by Mr. Francis Otieno regarding compensation for sugarcane crop damaged by the Department of Public Works, Roads, Energy and Transport in Pap Oriang in Siaya County.
The mover is not around. The motion is deferred. The order is deferred. Honorable Senators, we will also defer orders number 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, because the movers are not around. Next order. Honorable Senators, we also defer orders number 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, because the movers are not around. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 19th November 2025 at 9:30 a.m.